Well, here we go. 98 anglers ready for a second crack, a second day's effort on one of the truly most celebrated fisheries on the face of the planet, Lake Guntersville, which has been kicking out big limits, giant bass, for well over half a century now. Again, these anglers, we're not finding it just uniformly easy to get the job done on day number one. It was a very, very stingy Lake Guntersville we saw yesterday, with the exception of our leader, Caleb Kufal, who's got a 6.5-pound lead. And Mark Zona, does that mean that he can run away from everyone else, or does it mean that somebody or several somebodies can do the same thing today?
Oh, I don't think Caleb Kufal's running away with this thing yet, for the simple reason he made the comment after the day one weigh-in. I burned my area down yesterday morning, which we got to watch the show on Bass Track. But that being said, the one thing that we're going to talk about with a lot of your leaders that you're looking at there, and really the guys that caught them throughout day number one, windows of opportunity. When those big ones would feed, it would be maybe a 10 to 15 minute window, but they would knock their lights out. Going to take a look at our playing field here in Alabama, Lake Guntersville, named after, well, old man Johnny Gunter. What do you think of that, Tommy?
Like that.
That's
I
right.
Did not know
you
that.
bring
That's
it on
right.
day two. Taking a look at your Minn Kota Unlock the Lake, about 75 miles of playing field right here. A lot of history from Browns Creek to All Reds Honeycomb. You're taking a look at all of your fish catches. And we got to see this almost every single time that we've covered a tournament here, Tommy Sanders. It always seems like the entire Lake Guntersville, the usual places play. This time around, though, kind of keep your eye around our takeoff there around Goose Pond. We saw, well, Jamie Hartman win there a couple years ago, but they have been throttled within 2 miles of our takeoff this morning. That is your Minn Kota Unlock the Lake.
And our playing field is set for this day. Again, we've got the full field today. Yesterday, boy, it was all about the guy who came in with the best limit, and I mean by a lot. 27 pounds and 10 ounces, the second-year angler from Wisconsin, Caleb Kufal. Just a monumental achievement, given what everyone else was able to accomplish.
Exactly. Caleb Kufal earlier today, starting within a couple miles of our takeoff. Little bit of company in his area yesterday, but finding it much slower so far today. Like so many of our leaders yesterday, flipping milfoil 5 to 7 foot of water. And it just kind of seems like he landed on them on day number one. Little bit slower today, but a couple keepers in his live well.
Yes. Got one big one in here yet. Not a giant, but he's probably 3.5.
Pretty encouraging there for Caleb, and now we're out with him live, and he just landed his third fish.
All right, let's go. We'll take him. Boom.
Give me enough day. What'd that feel like?
No, it felt good. There's still a couple here. I'm getting a few bites here and there, but they don't seem near as aggressive as yesterday. Kind of got to work them a little bit, but hopefully there's still a few more here. As you can see, we got a lot of company around us, so we'll see how it goes. That's 3 in the box though, so nothing like yesterday, but it, you know, can't expect that. But we got all day to figure them out.
And that gets a good look of how close these guys are fishing around each other today. I believe that's Corey Johnston in the background, was there yesterday morning, got to watch the entire show, the Caleb Kufal show, the first 90 minutes.
Corey starting the day in 10th place.
Yeah, and Corey actually making the comment on stage and after the weigh-in, he just lost a lot of big ones here yesterday morning.
Z-Mad Heron, who landed a 5-pounder this morning, is also in the general vicinity.
I believe that's him right there, Suchster.
Okay, now we're...
There we go.
Pretty heavy-duty anglers in our top 10. Keeping our eyes on today in pursuit of Caleb Kufal. How about a guy who's already won this season on a tough fishery, the Sabine River? Jason Christie knocking out 18 pounds and 12 ounces and doing something that looks like a lot of fun earlier today. Let's take a look at Christie in action.
It's something we were definitely hoping to see with Jason Christie, who caught them very early yesterday in this area and basically bailed. He did not want to be seen by other competitors, upgraded throughout the day. Good fish here for Christie. And this is scary, Tommy. There was fish blowing up in that exact mat there yesterday morning that Christie thought, get ready for it, he thought they were a school of carp. Blowing up in that mat. He thought there was carp spawning. They were all largemouth on day one right there.
Kind of a pleasant surprise for sure.
Yeah.
Boy.
You just hooked around. Maybe the heavy weight is the deal.
Gonna look live now in on Jason. Moved up a couple of spots.
And one of the things that Jason said, one of the problems in that mat, he said that mat is so thick, it's not hollow underneath. They should have a lot of trouble getting through it to get to his frog. Not a big area, about 200 yards where these bigger ones were at yesterday morning. That's Jason Christie. Going to start back in that area, about a 200-yard stretch. He said, oh, I'm coming back.
Yeah, well, okay. Put on quite the performance at the Sabine River earlier in a Texas swing, sort of managing his time, his fuel, his boat, his hours in order to reach a place where he could be left alone and catch fish, and he did it well enough to win the tournament. Hard to be left alone here, as you've already pointed out today, Mark Zoner.
Yeah, really about, let's call it, I believe 11 out of our 12 anglers are well within pretty much eyesight of our takeoff there at Goose Pond, North Saudi. As we said, a lot of spawning environment right there, a lot of fish that are released there every day in Wildcat Scottsboro tournaments.
Another one of our big-time players in the top 10 today. All eyes will be on Chris Johnston. Very dangerous guy here and everywhere else we go. 5th place with 19-1 on day number 1. Quietly going about his business, which usually is all about catching big bass.
Yeah, sharing a little spot with Lee Livesey. Lee Livesey got to talk about it yesterday. He was a little bit like Corey Johnston. He got to see the Chris Johnston show yesterday morning. Chris Johnston's been living with a Morning Dawn robo-worm on a drop shot. And also later in the day yesterday, Chris Johnston did get up shallow, a lot of bluegill beds, and said he saw a lot of fish yesterday up shallow. Got a feeling we'll see Chris Johnston doing that later today.
There we go. Fish number 2. Decent one.
There's a decent one now live. Chris Johnston.
It's been a little slower start than yesterday morning. Couldn't get on my starting spot. I tried to fish around the edge, but there's a boat right on the juice. And their boat was actually sitting right on top of where I was catching them. So I couldn't even really make casts at it. So just fishing a secondary spot and should have a decent limit right now. I've lost a couple 2.5 to 3 pounders. Hasn't been the best of starts, but there's lots of time.
Rookie Brian New making a move. He's got a limit about 14 pounds. He's jumped from 30th to second place.
Daddy's getting to work.
Taking over the Rookie of the Year lead that he lost to KJ Queen yesterday.
What has been really instructive throughout yesterday, day one, was our ability to take these Humminbird bird's eye view looks at the different spots that our anglers were fishing, which reveals a lot of important changes, a lot of different things this time around at Guntersville.
And let's definitely call it how it is right now. This is the exact area that we covered. Matt Herron, Ron Moore talked about it yesterday. This was a familiar area from the 2019 event. Lush, Lake Guntersville, milfoil right there. And really, Caleb Kufal, the last two people you'd want to see within eyesight of you flipping milfoil would probably be, well, Matt Herron and Corey Johnston. That's what's going on. But with that being said, Caleb Kufal also made some big upgrades up the lake yesterday at about, call it 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock. So he does have another bullet in his gun for this area right here. A lot of familiarity from years past, but you have to wonder how much of a throttling can that take this time around, having a lot more than one angler concentrating on that milfoil. It's your Humminbird bird's eye view. Boy, that is some lush, crisp milfoil, Tommy.
Brian New with
vegetation at its best, yeah.
Brian New with a 4-pound, 13 ounce. He's over 16 pounds on the day. He's taking our lead with 31 pounds, 6 ounces.
And make it very clear, Corey Johnston and Kufal in here yesterday, an area, you know, we see Matt Herron in there, an area Matt Herron knows very well from years past. But with Corey Johnston also saying how many he lost yesterday, obviously quite a few big ones still in that general vicinity.
That's a no-doubter.
Another solid keeper for Kufal. Everyone comes to, all these pros come to Guntersville with the expectation of, you know, I'm going to catch 5 big ones at least 2 or 3 of the days there, but it's not been automatic. It has not been a free throw this time around.
No, and you just feel like with Corey and Matt Herron in that area that somebody, I don't know who, but somebody's going to get tuned up eventually throughout this day.
And you really wonder how the management will be. If they cannibalize it, or if those 3 try to get their fish and get out or save it like Kufal did yesterday.
That's definitely part of the game.
I'd say there's a burning down going to happen today.
Okay. We'll be on hand for it all. We got 7 hours of Bassmaster Live on the way for you this morning. Second day competition, moving day at Lake Guntersville. Be in the top 48, or your southern swing is at an end. 2 more events left to go in this 2021 season for the Bassmaster Elite Series here at the Berkley Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville. We will take a quick break and be right back.
The Berkley Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, and by Nitro Boats.
Well, find inspiration for your next outdoor adventure. Check out the new Go Outside community where you can learn more and share your journey in the outdoors. Go to bassmaster.com/go outside. Find us on social today. Something to check out for sure. We were checking out and taking the temperature on Lake Guntersville today. It was a very different day on Lake Guntersville. We've been here at Mark Zona, I think, 4 times in the last 2.5 years. If you include the Classic, it's been a different Lake Guntersville each and every time. But that's what makes it a great test for the best in the business, how they adapt and how they adjust their timing, because being in the right place at the right time, always super important.
And really, timing was the whole key to your leaders yesterday, whether it was Caleb Kufal starting on that patch of milfoil, landing on the mother load of post spawners, but there was really guys like Brandon Polinick, horrible morning, and then explodes a giant bag. Guys like Steve Kennedy, somewhere through today, a guy like Kennedy or Polinick, they said it, there's a little window when those big ones will bite the glide bait in that clear water here on Guntersville. Really, really keep your eye on Kennedy, because Kennedy made the comment after day one, oh, I'm getting a lot of bites, and saw some giants follow his swim bait yesterday.
Oh, boy, we got a lot of stuff to look forward to. Opportunities all up and down the lake, windows all day long. Thank you for joining us in our window, 7-hour window called Bassmaster Live. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. Of course, on hand we have stalwarts Mike Sukon, Ron Moore, and Such. A lot of stuff to hash through yesterday.
Funny numbers. We had 1,300 pounds of bass caught, 469 fish. They averaged 2 pounds, 14 ounces. Caleb Kufal doubled that. His average fish was 5.5 pounds.
It was indeed, Such.
It's crazy.
It was. And so that leads us to the cut weight, 13 pounds, 14 ounces. Will it double? Will it go up? Will it go down? 27.5 would be what if it doubled. That is the second highest cut weight after day one that we've had all season, second to only Lake Fork. So we're excited to see if that cut line is going to go up or down. It's been pretty good this year on adjusting each day. This is the only day we haven't had the only tournament we haven't had crazy weather, though.
All right, hooked up live. Let's go right to our leader. Things are popping on Lake Guntersville, and here we go. B&W Trailer Hitches on the line with Brian New. Let's watch.
He thought he was way bigger than he was. Look, that's all the pressure on this lake's killing it, but still got him.
Brian, quick limit today. Nice limit. Tell us how it's all happened so quickly.
What's that now?
Tell us how it all happened so quickly. That is a good, fast limit.
Yeah, man. Let me call real quick and I'll talk to you.
Sure. Yeah. Brian New, also one of the big players in our Rookie of the Year, winner of the first stop of the year on the Bassmaster Elite Series, St. John's River, as he takes care of the culling.
Tommy, I heard Brian had extra time to retie lures yesterday. He didn't have to take a shower after he got off the water, because he took one while he was on the water, falling in yesterday, but he recovered well. It was good. He was athletic there.
That's, whatever works.
We'll let old Nasty swim to live another day. All right, I can talk to you now.
All right, tell us how it went down today. Good limit early.
Well, man, I just place I wanted to start on, there was a guy already on it. Obviously, I just turned around and I caught a few right here yesterday. It's just a little small patch of grass. There's a lot of grass around, and then there's a small patch, and I'm seeing a few swim through every now and again on my live scope, and it's like if you see one and throw at it 942 times and then one more, like you got a chance you might get bit. But it's definitely not every cast, but it's been a good start to the morning. I'm seeing a lot of fish and just really hard to catch. It's 6:52, so we've been actually fishing a little over an hour and 15 minutes. I guess I've caught 7, maybe 8 keepers. Had a few bites that I didn't hook, but caught that one on a Zoom old monster worm just on a Texas rig, and caught a few on a deep diving crankbait, Berkley dredger, and so that's a good bag.
Oh yeah.
We survived. We get to live another day, and that's the. Obviously the goal is to win, but realistically, the goal is to make a living, and making them cuts help you make a living. So I think we've done that. We had a good day yesterday. I think we were in the 30s, and got a little bit more than we had yesterday already, and it's not even 7 o'clock. So
Brian, real quick.
burn a little bit more.
We heard you on stage yesterday down in the 30s, but he said, you made the comment to Mercer, look, Daddy's going to come from behind on day number 2. Do you have anything in the bank fishing shallow later today? Because we kind of watched you jump around a lot yesterday.
Yeah, I definitely ran a lot. I think I ran 116 miles on my trip calculator and burned $140 of gas. Thought it might have a chance to run out, so I started instead of burning 22 gallons per hour, I backed out and got it down to 17 or 18 and conserved a little bit to make sure I didn't run out. But luckily I didn't, and I made it back. So I don't think I'm gonna run 116 miles a day. Maybe just like 100.
Brian, good job. Great season going on here. Great to day 2. Great start to your day here at Lake Guntersville. Brian, of course, definitely a huge part of our rookie race for the Rookie of the Year, and started his season off as well as you possibly can. His very first elite event, he wins on the St. Johns River in Florida, looking very, very confident. Here's the way it came out in day 4. Just absolutely lights out for Brian New.
Yeah, absolutely blasted him on the final day of that tournament. That's when we got to realize, no, it really isn't when we got to realize Brian New is for real. Watching Lonnie cover him in the Opens last year, Brian New has the package, and it'll be interesting to watch when we head up north here in about a month and a half, how Brian performs when we kind of get to that, can't really call it Champlain because we got a little bit of a mixed bag going on there every time we're there, but we get to the St. Lawrence River, we're going to see the whole package of Brian New. Great celebration right there, first victory, the Bassmaster Elite Series. Big, big victory coming from behind.
Well, as we say, a big part of our Cigar Rookie Watch is that great race between KJ Queen and Brian New. Back and forth over the last couple of events right there. KJ Queen has the upper hand as we just get started on day number 2, but a fast start for Brian, and that one could be back and forth until further notice, maybe until the very end of the season. Robertson also lurking back there. Joshua Stracner, the Alabama angler who had the lead for a good part of the mid part, let's say, of the season. Fell out of that race, and all the rest of them there. Pat Schlapper doing very well here at Guntersville, improving his lot in that Cigar Bassmaster Rookie Watch. For you right there. We're going to talk of that for you. Talk about our Angler of the Year race as well as we push through the day here on Bassmaster Live. Second best 5-fish limit of the day yesterday was brought in by Todd Auten. Coming off a good event, made top 10 at Neely Henry.
Well, this morning's been kind of slow. We've caught some little fish. The wind's not blowing hard at all, so I figure maybe if the wind picks up today, I'll move back on that place I had at the bridge and see if I can get some bites. But right now, we pulled out here on the road bed to see if we can get a couple keepers. And there's one right there. And hold that thought a minute. I think I got him good. He's coming in. See, I do catch them on other things. People say I always catch them on chatterbait, but that one I keep. Let's see how big he is. About the same as the other. Well, that gives me number 2. Probably a 2.5 pounder. And we're just gonna keep running some of this kind of stuff and at least try to get a limit anyway, We gotta worry about making the next day. And the big fish, if things get right, they might bite later, but right now we're just gonna try to catch some 2-3 pounders and stay in this thing. That's the main thing right now. And if conditions, like I say, get better, we might get some of the bigger bites. That felt pretty good there.
Nobody's going to question Todd Auten's credibility on Lake Guntersville. 14 months ago, he finished second in the World Championship, the Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic.
Yeah, and a lot like Polinick yesterday, Todd Auten kind of jumping around from riprap, dock fishing. Like every time we see Todd Auten, he goes fishing, gets on the trolling motor, kind of just rips it apart. And a lot of his damage yesterday with the wind that we had, a lot of his big ones that he held up on stage with Dave Mercer, spinnerbait, which was, you know, we saw a couple fishermen. Carl Jacobson was keeping it honest throughout day number one. But he said most of his damage was a little 20-minute stretch midday.
And a 7-pounder.
Exactly.
I misspoke a little. Caleb Kufal's fish are not showing. He is actually in the lead in reality, not just on Bass Track that shows Brian New ahead of him. 3 of his fish have not registered.
Yeah, he has 4 fish for 10 pounds roughly, according to our cameraman Jake out there. He says the service there is pretty brutal actually for cell coverage. So we're just glad to have a picture with him to see some of those catches.
One of our big-time players, Caleb, was at 2019 here at Guntersville.
He's done well in the state of Alabama, Tommy, winning the Open at Smith Lake. Neely Henry making the cut last week. Now this week leading.
Great story, Caleb Kufal. Lots of movement up and down. Our top 10 has been repopulated again and again just this morning. So plenty happening on Lake Guntersville. We have to take a break for a minute, but we'll be back.
You're watching live coverage of the Berkley Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville, sponsored by TH Marine.
Great to have you with us this morning on Bassmaster Live. Things are happening here. Unofficially, we have 2 Calebs in the top 4, a Caleb Kufal and a Caleb Sumrall. Leads to some confusion, and I didn't help things a bit ago. It was actually Caleb Sumrall who did well in 2019 here, whom Tommy, I thought we were talking about.
We had it disguised. No one would have known.
Oh,
now
yes.
You have to tell on yourself.
Oh, this is live.
And that is his limit fish, Tommy. They're all updated now on Bass Track as well.
Open up, buddy.
His other fish have popped in the lead again.
About 2.5 pounder.
8-pound, 12-ounce lead, Ronnie.
All right, well, let's throw it right now to our associate out there, a man who's done great things on Guntersville and everywhere else in the world of bass fishing. It goes without saying. Davey Hyde, what's different today than yesterday, and what can we expect?
Well, the one thing that really jumps out if you're here on the water is a lot less wind. We had a strong east wind yesterday all day long. And being out on the water yesterday, a lot of the anglers caught good solid 10, 12, some even 14-pound limits in the first 30 minutes or so. Today, not as near as many anglers capitalizing on that. I think the wind laying down a little bit and that shad spawn seems to be going away. It's that late in the year that I think it's going to go away. Here's the big thing that I heard a lot of the anglers that wanted to fish offshore yesterday, because the wind was blowing as hard as it was, 20, sometimes gusting up to 30 miles an hour, they weren't able to fish offshore. But that's something we really just haven't seen happen, is the offshore bite so far in this tournament. With a calmer day, we'll have some anglers that really know Guntersville well. Chris Auten tried to make it happen some yesterday, but there's a lot of other anglers here that know those places that the fish move to when they do leave that vegetation. But so far, that has not happened.
Davey, real quick, when you talk about that offshore bite, only one angler able to capitalize yesterday that are in our top 6, that's Brandon Polinick. Back when you throttled them out on the ledges, let's just talk about the pressure and what it's done to the ledges on Guntersville. To years past, you guys were on hundreds offshore. It's a lot different scenario this time around with the electronics, with the mapping, than it was, say, just 5 years ago.
Well, Z, you nailed it. We talked about it yesterday at the weigh-in with several anglers, and even with Brandon Polinick. I'm glad you mentioned him. The place that he caught his fish, most of the fish he weighed in, he fished it early in the day and then fished it again about 1:30, and that group of fish had moved there. But Z, you're exactly right with the mapping, with the electronics, the side imaging, the 360 imaging, that sort of thing. It has changed everything. Those fish used to, when they left the bank and went out, they would be fished for a little bit, but nothing like now. Now when a school of fish gets out there, people can see them with the electronics, and they get fished for every single day here on Guntersville.
Davey, if you had to say who's positioning themselves in the right places to be where they're going, where they're headed, which seems to be a little bit of disagreement as we look around here, who would you say is positioned best? Which kind of approaches are best suited for what's about to happen on Guntersville?
Well, I just think, anglers that have a lot of experience here, because there's not a lot of fish offshore, but there's certainly some fish offshore, like a Brandon Polinick that yesterday had enough confidence in the place to go fish it again later in the day, even though he fished it early when it should have been good. Just some anglers that jump out. Buddy Gross knows this lake so good. A Scott Canterbury, some guys that have a lot of history here and know a lot of those places those fish move on, and you have to fish them several times during the day. And I saw even yesterday a Chris Johnston, we're watching now, fishing an offshore spring. I mean, anglers from Canada that know places that only the local experts knew just 15 years ago.
It's crazy how it works like that. Oh, real quick, that area around Goose Pond, let's just call it like it is. I mean, there are so many anglers in our top 30, but a lot of them just doing different things. Do you feel like that area this time around can sustain this pressure, or absolutely not?
Well, there are a lot of tournaments here. There are a lot of fish released here, so the population has to be good here. I mean, for as long as I can remember, there have been tournaments out of Goose Pond, so a lot of fish are released here. Z, you and I have fished here very close to the Goose Pond area. But back to the electronics and back to the mapping, it could withstand the pressure before, because not all these anglers knew the little places that the fish get, whether they're in that thick vegetation or if they're outside of it on the shale beds and that sort of thing. But now those places get fished every day, multiple times per day. I'm right here with Brian New right now. The place he's at is not a secret place. There was another angler about 10 or 15 yards from him. And he just was able to trick those fish, I guess, and get those fish to bite, watching them on their electronics. And it's just really incredible that these fishermen see these fish and they throw different baits to them multiple times and finally get those fish to bite.
Davey, real quick, looking at where just ballpark area where, taking a look from above where Jason Christie is fishing, a lot of these mats where Christie is catching these fish, they're very thick, and the fish have to explode on his frog compared to like when we were here last fall to where it's hollow. Just talk about the difference this time of year compared to in the fall to where these mats they're literally choked to the bottom, yet the fish still use them.
Yeah, Z, so this something very different about Guntersville this time than other times we've been here. We've had a spring that's kind of lingered along throughout most of the country. The water temperatures in the upper 60s to low 70s. So a lot of those fish are still really shallow. But the thing that's different about Guntersville, it's like the vegetation is farther along. The fish are a little behind, even some pre-spawn fish, a few fish spawning right now. But the vegetation is like it's June or even maybe late June. So that's very different. And what happens with the vegetation, when it comes up to mat, once it gets to the surface, that's when it's at its thickest point. Once a little later in the year, when it canopies over and it shades out some of that vegetation, you have a tunnel underneath for those fish to be in. Right now, a place like where Jason Christie is catching some of his fish, you don't really have that tunnel underneath for those fish to set and attack through. So it can be very, very difficult to catch those fish. But hey, here's one thing that we're seeing with the electronics like we've talked about, the mapping, it really kind of falls into a Jason Christie's hand, an old school guy that's going to fish that thick vegetation. He's going to fish the bank, where so many people now are just fishing offshore more than ever, and I think we're going to continue to see that. But a Jason Christie is fishing those thick maps where you can't use the forward-facing sonar, you can't use the 360 imaging, and it works out to the better for someone like him.
Davey, we've never admitted that we plan very well. You talked about that Zona show that we shot here. You are literally sitting, and so is Jason Christie, in an area that was frozen when we taped together. Great idea we had that time around.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever taped together that time of year since, but I remember the surface temperature was 37 degrees on the main river, and if you tried to fish the bridges or under the bridges, it was a thin layer, but it was ice on the water. So I love fishing with you and filming the Zona shows, but I don't ever want to fish here that time of year again.
Davey, thank you so much. Always great stuff. Davey Height will be out there all day long. He'll also be taking over the reins here and leading us through it with Dave Mercer a little bit later today.
Tommy, true story. We came over the bridge right by Goose Pond, and Davey said, "Ooh, look at all the matted grass." It wasn't. It was ice.
It was ice, which it just underscores the fact that you weren't the only guys out there. I'm betting that. And just to remind everyone that 362 days a year this place gets pressured.
For the first time, no, we were.
You were
only ones out there.
So that was that one day a year when only the
one day ever.
Well, you two are special, for sure. Certainly were on that day.
We are a treat.
That was a treat.
We are a treat.
Mm-hmm. Get out to Brandon Polony.
Well, the other day, there was like 50 of them sitting out there, and I caught them every cast. It looks like they're right behind your boat.
Yeah, there's a call in there. All right, here's the only color I got in the bite. I don't know what it's worth. Now, I had two of them, so now you got one.
Uh-huh.
Hey, that's what I caught them all on yesterday. I caught them all this morning. Hey, I have one this long come up with a 14-inch ready to go. Like right here to the surface, just chasing it.
Gosh.
I got there and throw a swim bait on him.
Getting 8-pounder. Oh, yeah.
See him?
Oh, yeah.
That's fast. I pulled in there when I first shut down. I caught it bam, bam, bam.
They're kind of spread out, but...
That's what really makes me know. Got him?
Yep. DT20. You my daddy, G! There's one. Oh, G, man. That's right. We got one. Oh, gosh. That is funny.
They're having a time, Tommy.
Swindle and Polony. Yeah. Competing against each other for 11 years now, both of them in that period have notched a Bassmaster Angler of the Year title. Good competition through the years, a great, great rivalry, great friendship. Let's have some Striker Daily trivia for you right now.
What?
John Gunter, mentioned by you already today. Mark Zona was the namesake of Lake Guntersville, was the great-grandfather of what American humorist? Was it Johnny Carson, Jerry Lewis, Will Rogers, or Bob Hope? The great-great-grandfather, John Gunter, American humorist. Your daily trivia question. Think about that. We will answer it when we return.
You're watching live coverage of the Berkley Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville, sponsored by TH Marine.
Seventh stop of the year, final stop of this Alabama swing for the Bassmaster Elite Series, the Berkley Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville. This is day 2 action. We have our full field of 98 out there working as hard as they possibly can to achieve the single goal today, make the cut. Striker Daily Trivia. Again, John Gunter, the namesake of Lake Guntersville, was the great-grandfather of what American humorist? And Such, I understand you are not the author of this piece of trivia, so we're going to let you compete here. So give us your guess first.
Boy, I'm thinking we're tying this into the classic C.
C, okay. I'll go with that. Z, what would you say?
I don't think we're tying this to the classic in any way, shape, or form. I'm actually going to say they keep the name in the family, in the Gunners family. I'm going to go with Johnny Carson.
Johnny Carson, okay. Right.
Jerry Lewis. I mean, I have no idea.
Jerry Lewis.
Lady.
No. Okay.
No idea.
Well, that's a head scratcher right there. Let's go ahead and pay that off for you. Show you the answer. It is C. Will Rogers.
We're going to the facility for our expo.
I think Such wrote this one.
I did not write this.
I unofficially think he did.
Get you a little additional coverage here. Bonus coverage. B&W Trailer Hitches on the line. Again, we get to visit with Wisconsin's Pat Schlapper. And Pat, another great fast start, quick limit today. Are you basically on the same schedule?
Yeah, same spot, same thing I was doing yesterday. Pretty much got about the same fish minus that big boy. But not near as many fish today. I mean, it's been a lot tougher.
Pat, real quick, you did a lot of damage early yesterday. Said you don't have a pretty boy in the live well yet. Were you able to make upgrades as the day went along?
I did. I think I only weighed that big one off where I started. Maybe one other one, but my secondary thing was decent yesterday. I was really surprised. I caught 7 or 8 doing that. I was really surprised I didn't get, at least 1 or 2 other fish over 3 pounds. I did find a giant one on a bed that I couldn't catch, so I'm hoping maybe I can catch that one today. But other than that, I mean, I don't know. That one big fish went a long ways for sure.
Well, big fish or not, are you going to stick with pretty much the same plan, stay the course today, Pat?
I didn't get to fish everything yesterday. I kind of stayed in here a little longer than I should have, I think. So I've got some other grass stuff I'm going to fish out towards the main channel. And then I'll just, get up on the bank and start burgling around like I did yesterday and see what happens.
All right, Pat, thank you very much. Good stuff and a great tournament here at Lake Guntersville for Wisconsin's Pat Schlapper.
Absolutely.
Good fast start again, just like he had yesterday. Went to second place, I think, early yesterday. Now he's in third place. Always fun to get out to this man right here.
Oh, yeah.
Our Alabama angler in the top 10, Steve Kennedy. Great day yesterday.
Justin Hamner was 82nd. He's got a 5.5 pounder today, 4 fish for 14 pounds. He's in 9th.
I don't think got the Rookie of the Year.
We can't catch one in the mouth.
Well, you see how clear that water is. Made the comment in the mouth. Kennedy said he has a lot of pairs on beds right now.
Let's see what he weighs. I really didn't think that fish was going to be catchable. It was pretty skittish up there. Call it a 2.5.
Take a look at this earlier today. Steve Kennedy with giving us an idea of what they're feeding on out there. What's driving the whole story.
Oh, I got him. Never give up. Are you kidding me? Pretty aggressive bluegill there. Sorry, dude. Oh, let me see. Does this look like him? It's pretty dang close, isn't it?
Wow.
It's a little more orangey, darker orangey. Dang. Oh. Huh.
Steve told us yesterday he loves slinging around the big baits for big bass. And kind of in hog heaven here on Lake Guntersville. Back over to our leader, Caleb Kufal.
Boy, he has done his job in there. 3/4 ounce tungsten weight. Zoom Z hog, soft plastic.
Yeah, Z, comparatively, the other two hammers in there, Corey Johnston and Matt Herron, have 3 for like 9 pounds combined, and he has a limit culling in the teens now.
Yeah, and let me kind of really dissect that, Ronnie. What you said right there is he said there is a little magic, and you see this a lot in milfoil. Does not matter if you're in Alabama, it doesn't matter if you're in Texas or New York. He said there is a little 100-foot radius that all of these fish that he went on a big scrape yesterday morning. He said, you get outside of that radius, there is not a whole lot to be caught. Exactly what we've seen so far in this event, Caleb Kufal.
Uh-oh. G got him one.
Swindle
was that,
from the
8
boat of Brandon Palnick.
Looks like a big one.
Little offshore hard spot, 14, 18 feet of water. A lot of damage done yesterday from Palanick DT. Rapala DT 14, 16. You heard him make the comment, caught one on DT 20 moments ago.
Not a giant. Not a giant, but a respectable bass.
Kennedy and Palanick able to make big swings yesterday with a glide bait shallower.
It was very interesting, Z, looking at Bass Track and the times that Palanick caught them. I was wondering if he was just plugging in his fish later in the day, all at the end, but he said it was basically every cast for 20 minutes at the end of the day, helping him get from seemingly 12, 13, 14 pounds up to 20.5 pounds.
Palanick, Ronnie, 3 fish at 1:30 yesterday.
He's got 1 right now, fallen out of the top 10. Started in 3rd place, one of our 3 20-pound-plus bags yesterday. Back to our leader, Kufal.
You saw Swindle, there's only about 5 anglers that don't have a marshal each day of competition over the first 2 days here at Guntersville, almost a full field of marshals. And from the sounds of Swindle helping Palanick out with bait selection earlier, he had already gone to catching them, and so he's got a much better day than he did yesterday, turning it around on his home body water, trying to make the cut. Top 48 will advance to tomorrow.
Thought me right there. I don't understand why he didn't come back and get it. You gotta assume he's on a bed.
Much calmer today than yesterday. Completely different look out there wind-wise. Back to second place, Brian New.
Which was not supposed to be. It was supposed to
still be going.
Yeah, it was supposed to gas pretty good again out of the east. Somewhere through this event, whether it's offshore or, wow, nice one for Brian New right there. Some of those main lake points on the western shore, some of those main lake points that we've covered in the past, Tommy, I think you're going to see that open up big tomorrow.
Yep. Brian New looking very, very good on this second day of competition there. He said, hey, man, I just got to make the cut. That was my job for today. And he thinks he's got it done. I would tend to agree with that. Good job. Caleb Kufal, ditto for him. Pat Schlapper, fast start like he had yesterday. Can he keep it going a little bit better today? And Buddy Gross moving into our top 4. During the course of this morning, we will try to run him down a little bit when we come back.
You're watching live coverage of the Berkley Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville, sponsored by TH Marine.
Just about at the end of the first quarter of this ball game. This ball game is the second day ball game. 4 days of fishing in the Berkley Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville. Our full field out there today. Caleb Kufal put a big number on the board yesterday, 27 pounds plus. Man, to throw a scare into the rest of the competition here. Who can run him down? No one's having much luck at that so far today, but it is early. One of those in pursuit. Winner for the first time on the Elite Series last year, Chris Johnston.
Well, I mean, get
Up
5.
close and personal with Lee Livesey.
But I don't really want just 5. I want 17. Might be a keeper.
Definitely a keeper. I just saw some shad right back behind us too.
Poor Lee Livesey had to watch this show yesterday all morning long. Chris Johnston absolutely throttled him. Livesey said on stage with Mercer, he needed to actually get out of that area.
Yeah, Lee Livesey caught numbers yesterday there with him, but not the size Chris was catching, and then he ended up calling up and was fine himself, 9th after day 1. So now these two are sharing both in the top 10.
When they're little, it's hard to grab.
You don't want to get in a spinning rod competition with one of the Johnston boys.
I think he's 15. How'd you know?
Take a look at Chris's day today. Starting a little bit earlier, first fish of the day.
Yeah, and I think it's going to, we talked about this a little bit earlier here on Bassmaster Live. A lot of his work with a Morning Dawn Robo-Worm, pretty typical for drop shotting this time of year, but a lot of his calls yesterday came up shallow. Chris Johnston, like Steve Kennedy, said, oh, no, I saw a lot of fish shallow, but I didn't want to mess with them too much on day number 1 when I pretty much had what that projected mental weight that these anglers have, and we're going to see him somewhere today get up shallow on those bluegill beds. Another solid morning for Chris Johnston.
Of course, the next stop for the Bassmaster Elite Series, stop number 8, is going to be, the St. Lawrence River. Connected to the St. Lawrence is Lake Ontario, and that's where Chris Johnston became the first Canadian last year to win on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Chris Johnston with a big event on Lake Ontario last year. A wind whipped Lake Ontario when he caught be honest with you, really watching that whole tournament, big weights throughout the event, but what you did on the final day, very, very impressive in 3 to 5 foot swells.
He too, like Caleb Kufal here, put together 27 pounds on the first day, which is an important part of that winning combo. Back out live with Chris Johnston.
I want him to throw over Livacy's motor.
Hey, hats off to Lee for making top 10 today, despite all that.
Oh, he's lightened up.
They're fishing something pretty special right there. Won't get into it till tomorrow. A little bitty hard spot. Sometimes a little bit cooler water right there this time of year. Uh-oh.
Lee Livacy, of course, a winner at Lake Fork, another super pressured fishery, and he sort of gave us all a lesson on how to really back off a lot and maybe even wait a day before you go in on the really good stuff till things are right. It was pretty impressive.
Ball up in the grass.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. It's really interesting to watch Christie weigh in yesterday. He had one really big pre-spawner. Shot right there.
That doesn't suck, Z.
No, that does not, Ron. That is a great, great point. And I'll agree with that. Really watching the weigh-in with Mercer yesterday, a lot of people were asking before this tournament began. Temperatures, water temperatures in the low 70s, you know, what phase were these fish in? And I would say probably of the fish, at least the fish that were held up on stage yesterday, only about 5% of them were pre-spawn fish. So the majority, vast majority done.
What's also cool, even looking at our 6 anglers that we have live today, we've got a guy catch them on a frog. We have guys who've used glide baits, guys fishing bridges, guys flipping milfoil. There's basically 5 different things going on with the 6 anglers that we're covering today.
Yeah, and really,
bird's eye view here,
Ronnie, what you just said right there is those anglers actually within a mile of each other, all doing different things.
Yeah, yep.
Looks like Corey Johnston is done, had enough of it early this morning.
I feel like Chris maybe gave him a little bit of ribbing last night that he took him to the woodshed on his birthday, even though Corey didn't do too shabby himself.
Actually, yes, but Chris Johnston also took him to the woodshed saying, wow, you got your teeth kicked in within sight of Caleb Kufal, the leader. Oh. Wow, that's a great shot of that milfoil. So lush, thick.
All these places that so many anglers are familiar with, even anglers that have never been to Lake Guntersville. So great to see them from above, and just the real dimensions that you can't see from the surface sometimes.
Z, you mentioned it yesterday. We had a lot more wind. A lot of these fish you were saying were somewhat suspending around that milfoil. We saw that with Seth Fighter and whatnot, but they weren't necessarily on the bottom. What makes those fish relate differently? Is the sunny skies today and calm conditions going to keep them lower on that cover, or are they going to move around more?
Generally, and this comes from everything that I learned from a lot of the grass flippers in Texas, which is a lot of times a lot deeper grass. You're flipping 10 to 20 feet of water, but generally it's the light. In the morning when you have a dark ceiling still, those fish will suspend in the grass, or when it's cloudy. But really, Seth yesterday, the only thing you could say why those fish were up in the grass where Seth was at yesterday was there was so much wind in that area to where Kufal is very protected, a lot calmer. But generally it's a light situation when those fish are up in the grass. And the other thing is, a lot of times you do not want all that wind. Hackney has talked about it for years. Those fish, even though they're in grass, they do not like that grass waving around. Any of the true grass flippers generally want it calm, high skies, exactly what Kufal has right here.
Scott Martin making a move from the 80s to 17th. He's got a couple of the right ones, a 5-0 and a 4-4. He's fighting for his classic qualification, getting back in there.
If Caleb Kufal ever gets wound up or anxious in some sort of way, he does not show it with his body language.
Yeah.
No.
He
showed a little bit of nerves on stage yesterday when Mercer asked him, "Hey, you want to give us a little bit of what you're doing?" He's like, I'm not fishing deep, and but I can understand that.
Here's the aforementioned Matt Herron been talking about this morning.
Be interesting to watch when Kufal pulls the plug here and goes up lake, where a lot of his big calls late in the day came yesterday. More of your typical Guntersville punch-in mats, heavier weight, thicker vegetation. Kufal said he actually lost a few big ones doing that later on day number 1.
We saw Matt Herron in the 2019 event here at Guntersville, just a month later than where we are right now. Really didn't hit this area on day 1 and wanted to save it for later in the event. His other stuff didn't pan out, came in here and ended up having a top 10 just off of this stretch of milfoil. Yesterday, he probably realized when he rolled in there and saw Caleb Kufal, and then sees the weigh and realizes, I should have started in here again, once again. This is a good area.
Well, 14 months ago, Hank Cherry put down a giant shutdown weight on day number 1, was able to ride that thing, nurse it across the finish line in the Classic, the World Championship. Caleb Kufal, similar situation, giant weight on day number 1, but this is 4 days, Z. This is a little bit different dynamic.
Yeah, and we always talk about how close our weights are in post-spawn events. Not quite the case this time around. Caleb Kufal almost working on a 10-pound lead early here on day number 2. Pretty impressive from the Wisconsin angler.
Strong stuff early on day number 2. Of course, the big story, make that cut today in the top 48. We'll be looking more closely at that when we come back. Ryan New, boy, he's in second place, but a long ways back. Ryan New and KJ Queen, 2 and 3. 2 rookies locked into it. So many stories, plenty of time to tell them. We'll be right back.
You're watching live coverage of the Berkley Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville, sponsored by TH Marine.
Into our third hour of fishing here on Lake Guntersville, day number 2 out there. Among the 98 anglers, the man who will be defending after 14 months His title as a world champion at the Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic 2021. Hank Cherry and the rest of the qualifiers will be there in Fort Worth, first time ever to hold a classic with Fort Worth as the home city. What a great destination. And Lake Ray Roberts, notorious for some big bass. Going to be a whole lot of fun, and it is getting closer and closer with every tick of the clock. Can't wait to get to Texas for the Classic. Ronnie?
As we bring you into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon, I wanted to talk Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, but Tommy, I'm not going to talk about my team. My team was pretty pitiful and poor, so I'm going to give them a shot to maybe make up some ground today and make the cut for tomorrow possibly. But one thing that's interesting, it's hard to see locals survive here. We see that with the field of anglers, and also that is the way the top of the leaderboard looks for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. Team Donald Smith, the guy who is leading overall for the year, such a struggle for day one. A very low point total. 6 of the top 7 teams in fantasy fishing all have sub 1,000 points, which is, you don't normally see that. You see those guys at the top are consistently putting up great teams. But you see he relied on a couple guys known for Tennessee River, and those are the 2 that are really yielding positively for him, Buddy Gross and David Mullins. But should set up well for, have not done well after day one of competition. And that brought me to our past winners. The 3 most recent winners we've had on the Elite Series at Lake Guntersville last fall with Frank Talley, obviously last spring with Hank Cherry, and then the summer of 2019, Jamie Hartman. All 3 of our previous winners here, most recent winners, all below the cut line, 65th, 53rd, and 56th. And then we see a Gerald Swindle, Chris Zaldane, Keith Combs, guys below the cut that know this place very well. It's very tough to take that local knowledge or the knowledge at Guntersville and then use it to your benefit. Sometimes you slip up, and that's what we're seeing this week.
And Ronnie, real quick, you did slip up, like you made a comment right there yesterday talking about getting inside information.
Nope, I did not.
Slip saying that you're calling angler. Some of our Bassmaster fantasy fishing fans, look, you're like the Houston Astros, bud. You're on check, you're being watched, and you will be penalized.
Well,
you will pay the price. You will feel the lash.
Well, all the people banging on the trash cans for me, giving me clues, they were giving me the wrong signals for what pitches were coming my way.
Hey, I got the big bass of the day and a big mover. Scott Martin with a 6'2", has 19 pounds, 14 ounces, 3rd place from 80th.
Wow.
That's cool.
Oh, yeah. Got like 40 here yesterday.
Dang.
This spot.
Yeah, that's...
Didn't move my boat. No. Lee's got one. Nice one. It's a good one.
Let me see over there. Slow start today, but
heard Chris Johnston make the comment that he caught 40 fish there yesterday. A lot of 2 to 2.5 pound fish.
Three-pounder.
Such, you mentioned it. Scott Martin with a big jump today. Very similar to Caleb Kufal yesterday and Pat Schlapper. 3 of the top 7 biggest bass of the day are with Scott Martin right now in his live well.
They ran over a whole bunch, so hopefully they settle. And I'm not going to spend as much time here today, but I got 3. If I can get 2 more keepers, I'll start doing some running and fish some different water. So hopefully it doesn't take too long to get a couple more bites here.
And Ronnie, it's of utmost importance to him to get to the Classic. Scott Martin had fallen to 45th in the AOI standings.
I saw that.
He started 25th, 80th place, knocked him out. Right now it says he's 18th place, so he's gained a couple. But we got everybody else to fill their limits, and he probably surely won't stick at 3rd unless he keeps culling.
I wanted to bring it back to the screen of knowledge, what we were talking about with fantasy fishing, and I had a couple viewers remind me, Z, of back in the day when the fantasy lineups wouldn't lock until 8 or 9 in the morning, how you would get inside info from the cameramen themselves out on the water to help you pick your lineups. And I just wanted to make that known as well. I learned from the best inside info guy, you.
Listen, it's why I'm the Pete Rose of Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. I'm not even allowed to play anymore, said Mike McInnes. I'm done. It's very similar to our striker daily trivia.
I thought there was something funny about that.
Yeah, exactly. I used to keep up with y'all's weekly tallies, you and Z and Jerry, and Jerry would always get the best of Z, and it would make him cheat down just to try to do it.
Severely. Humminbird, bird's eye view.
Steve Bowman slinking around old Goose Pond right there. All eyes, Caleb Kufal.
Yeah.
You got Matt Herron kind of slinking around too. You know, what's interesting is you heard Chris Johnston. We know Chris, good, nice guy and stuff like that. But Chris Johnston, make no doubt about it, he wants to catch every bass in the lake as much as he was, look, Lee Livesey, good one right there. Trust me, Chris Johnston did not want to see him catch that 3-pounder. You could just feel that.
Yep. You're just picking up with us. There's a guy that's got an 8-pound plus lead after opening up big time yesterday with a huge lead. Caleb Kufal with a. If you've not seen this hook set, maybe he'll treat us to one of those here in a moment.
You know, the other thing about we actually, you get a lot of questions from viewers, you know, why milfoil in this lake has been known throughout before the eelgrass milfoil and hydrilla. A lot of times that milfoil, doesn't matter where you're at in the country, it grows a lot of times on a harder bottom, more of a sand bottom, where fish will actually spawn in those little pockets, those little sand spots. You can't see fish spawning in there, but they will definitely set up in milfoil where, you know, you just have a different bottom a lot of times where milfoil grows compared to other areas of the lakes, other bays.
Back up to Jason Christie. Had his frog out early today and got some quick results. Been a little slower since then.
You know, Jason Christie does own a spinning rod. You can see it right there.
I thought he was bigger than that. He's long now. He's not playing today. Maybe next year. Update is we just got to stop number 2. We're going to call this the spinning pole stop. We're probably going to be here a while. My frogfish were there. I got me 3 of them. I got one good one, but there's just no wind, and the water is so clear I couldn't make them bite. They were everywhere, and I just couldn't make them. I couldn't make them eat. So we come to the spinning pole. We've been here 5 minutes. We've caught 2. They're just small ones, but we caught 2. We're just gonna float down through here, fish some brim beds, look for some spawners, and hopefully we get us another fish or 2. There's some big ones swimming around here. Saw them yesterday, a bunch of big ones, but it's just hard to trick them to bite. And that's why I got this in my hand.
Booyah pad crasher frog yesterday and a yum dinger, wacky rigged throughout the day. We'll probably show a picture of that later on today with Ron on the Screen O Knowledge.
Christie back in the Elite Series this year, already knocked out his win. It was quite remarkable. It was a duel at opposite ends of a gigantic fishery on the Sabine River there in southeast Texas. Brock Mosley going all the way to Houston, and Jason Christie, a 2-hour trip on a pretty nasty-looking Sabine River, almost to Toledo Bend, and just always having to measure his gas, measure his weight, his time, make sure that trip worked every day that he can get back. But he had faith in this spot, Mark Zona.
Very, very severe conditions, raising 6 to 8 feet throughout the tournament where Jason Christie caught him. Good to have him back. He's back. The future is now.
There you go.
Still with unfinished business time.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's it. There. Unfinished business.
A little bit and more unfinished business to go over right now. How about our Skeeter Boats Angler of the Year? Watch Seth Fider came here with a 41-point lead. Been cut into a little bit by Patrick Walters. Those two have been battling it out at the top of that particular leaderboard for several events now. Brandon Polinick, another good tournament for him, coming off an open win last week. So Brandon Polinick joining the fray also. And there's our Jason Christie in fourth spot. Still far from over as we get ready to finish it up here in the southeastern part of the United States. The last two events of the year in New York State will add a new complexion, a place where, incidentally, Brandon Polinick has won before. So lots of things to consider. Plenty more fishing on the way when we get back.
The Berkley Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, and by Skeeter Boats.
Fun stuff, great fish catching from one of the outstanding destinations in the world, Lake Guntersville here. And this stop in the Bassmaster Elite Series is Berkley Elite. We'll be back with more Bassmaster Live, 7 hours of it for you tomorrow. Now it's going to start on Bassmaster.com at 7:30 a.m. At 8 a.m., we'll switch over to FS1, Fox Sports 1. We're going to continue our coverage there, also on the Fox Sports app. Also be some supplemental coverage all day long on Bassmaster.com. So plenty of ways to enjoy. Very important 7th stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. And, of course, full field again out here on day number 2. And you just take a look at that top 48. That's the ones who will advance tomorrow. If you were out of that, well, you can change it in a minute. We saw Scott Martin go from way out of there all the way to the top 3.
And really, you have to give hats off to Scott Martin, but Carl Jacobson, desperate yesterday, desperate at 1 o'clock, unofficially in our top 10. We got to see that big comeback, and we talked about it. Mercer, Davey Height, Carl Jacobson fighting for his career right now. Really, it was fun to watch him turn it around late in the day yesterday, day number 1.
Yeah, he kept the faith. He said, I'm not giving up, never giving up. And boy, it was great to see him pay that off for everyone. Doing very well today, continuing on that line. And Brandon Cobb, the man in 48th place, top of the bubble right now. And Hank Cherry, the defending Classic champ from here at Guntersville. Spent a lot of time in the boat with him yesterday. Don't know if he ever got completely settled on what he wanted to do. It was a little bit of a struggle for him. Right now, how about some supplemental coverage that's very, very important at this point right now. Great day, including some big fish for Scott Martin. And Scott, tell us about those big ones and how your day sort of played out.
Well, yeah, today's a little of the same thing. I actually fished a spot yesterday morning as well. The fish moved just a slight bit, and I've refound them today. But, you know, there's mostly big spots like this. These are all like 2.5 pound spots. But I kind of had a feeling that some of those big largemouth that are coming out of these bays, a huge spawning area right here beside us, that maybe some largemouth might start to show up this week with it getting real hot. And I think that's what's happened. So I caught, 3 really big ones. And, yeah, this helps me about a 1/4 pound. So that's going to be good. You know, like I said, I fished it yesterday. Here, step over here if you would. I'm gonna open this up. Okay. And I fished it in the morning and I fished it on the way in, but I didn't catch any largemouth. So they've showed up, which is good.
Scott, if you can kind of walk us through how you've caught those bigger largemouth today compared to yesterday, and if the rumor's true, is there another meet and greet today after the weigh-in or during the weigh-in?
We're gonna have a giant meet and greet today because I've definitely made the cut. I know that. So anybody that's watching or listening I mean, even if you live in New York, like New York State, just get in your car and start driving. I should be here maybe by the time weigh in. We're gonna have a big, gigantic party today. It feels good. I mean, after yesterday, you know, you come to Guntersville, you want to catch big fish, and I love fishing shallow grass, and I also love fishing offshore, but it just didn't happen yesterday. Never really even had an opportunity for a big bag, just 2-pounders after 2-pounders. So, you know, this morning I got up and I said, I'm just going to go have fun today. And we're doing that for sure. You know, it's been good. You know, I don't know how many more fish are here. There's still a lot of spots here. I just don't know how many big largemouth, but you know, we're just going to see what's going to happen. I have some other deep stuff too that I just didn't really focus on a lot yesterday that we'll gravitate to here in a little bit, but so far so good.
Have you got enough room to,
by the way. Big crankbait.
Got enough room to operate there, Scott? Have you got a lot of company and so forth?
No, there's 0 people here. This is a super sneaky little spot. I found it in practice. I graphed it, and they were here, and I dropped the pin and made a couple casts with a swim bait, caught several, you know, nice fish against spotted bass. And I thought, well, you know, I'll check it throughout the tournament because a lot of times those spots will show up on these hard spots. It's a shell bed. They'll show up first, and then those big girls will show up behind them, and hopefully that's what's happening.
Well, you are Mr. Turnaround today, Scott. Hats off to you. Great job. Coming off a tough day one, and Scott Martin really putting himself right in the thick of it right now and in a good place. And let's see how long it lasts. That's the question about any of these spots.
Inviting people all the way from New York to come to the weigh-in today.
Start driving now.
Festivities. Dave Mercer, great having him back. And Tommy, I think you can let the cat out of the bag. I noticed you put a post up. You're going to be having meet and greets after every Bassmaster Live at the Classic in Texas.
That would be
512, he said.
What did you call it last week? A sick meet and greet? That's kind of what I have envisioned for everyone. You know, really something special.
This one might be a keeper. Yeah. Keeper. They're making us work for them today. Just want to get 5 and then we'll go fishing.
In a little hard spot in 10 feet of water, scattered grass.
A little better than I thought. Don't jump. Thick one. Come here, buddy. Number 4, little chunk. Couple more of those. Then we'll go looking for a couple big ones. Lake Guntersville water. Tastes good. Ugh.
Fish number 4 should put Chris Johnston back into the top 10. He just fallen 1 spot out. Started the day in 5th place out to Brandon Polinick.
Felt like someone smacked me in the mouth. Yeah, I got him that time. Not very big, but he'll count. He'll count. I'll start measuring up, weighing them so that when we get a school fired up, we can cull a lot quicker. Number 2 is 286. I'll weigh this one real quick just so I'm done with it.
One of the things you're definitely starting to see transpire that was talked about before this tournament, a lot of fish moving out, starting to see that offshore bite fire.
You're welcome. You're welcome, Mr. Dalton.
Second fish for Paul Nick. Slow start like yesterday, but of course the last part of his day was the meaningful part.
And a lot less wind today is letting some of these guys that are concentrating offshore be a lot more efficient. Brandon Polinick in an area that we covered in the 2019 Elite Series event here.
Back to Chris Johnston.
I bet. Wasn't pleasant. It's got to be a little one or he's swimming at me. I'm going with little one. I don't think so. Check. No.
Last third of the season for the Bassmaster Elite Series. 3 iconic fisheries, to be sure. Lake Guntersville, all of them part of the 7 wonders of the fishing world. The next stop, as we head north to New York State, a great bass fishing state, is Lake Champlain. There's really no place like it, Mark Zona.
No doubt about it, Tommy. That is going to be a little bit of a tricky time of year coming right off of the 4th of July week. From there, we're going to head over to the St. Lawrence River, which a little bit of a tricky time of year there, too. A lot of fish will be scattered out, no doubt about it, though. Lots of big smallmouth caught in both of those events.
That's the way the season's going to wrap up here. It has gone by very, very quickly, and we have plenty more fireworks in store for you through the season and today on Guntersville. So we'll take a break. We will be right back.
You're watching live coverage of the Berkley Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville, sponsored by TH Marine.
Time clipping right along here on Lake Guntersville. Very important day, day number 2. Got to make the cut today. Got to be in the top 48. all of our 98 anglers out there. Lots of changes on that leaderboard throughout this morning. People moving in and out of the top 10. The one thing that has not changed, well, it has changed. The top of the leaderboard, Caleb Kufal started with a 6.5-pound lead. Now he's got an 8.5-pound lead. And there's our cut line right there in Alabama. Scott Canterbury. Look at that. Hackney, Schmidt, Blaylock, right? All four guys who are looking vulnerable right now, but also have a great opportunity. It's still plenty early in day number 2, and a lot can come to pass in that amount of time before we get to weigh-in time this afternoon.
Well, and that is good. Look what Steve Kennedy's doing. Shallow points close to the main lake, pitching at bright spots, and those bright spots, whether they're bluegill beds or fish that are actually still spawning.
There he is. There he is. Can't catch him. There's a bunch of them pulled up here. This is right where we caught the first one. Give me 2.5. 210, even better. Chunk. Need some big ones. Come on, give me some. I think they're moving up here to spawn. This way. We're looking for bluegill. I don't know what they're doing, but there was a bunch of them here, and there was a bunch of them on that next one. They weren't there, or we couldn't see this morning. I'm not sure they weren't there. We'll be calling them by name for the day. No, we're not staying here. I would like to catch a couple of them. It's getting hot.
Well, it's taken about 3 hours to catch his first 2 fish. Steve Kennedy with a bit of a slowish start today.
I mean, different bait, but doing the same thing. Different part of the lake. Both of these anglers saying they're seeing a lot of fish, but they're very, very hard to catch. This clear, shallow water.
Babies.
Christie still doing the spinning pole, what he called the spinning pole phase of his day. Caleb Kufal been doing what he's been doing since the start of fishing yesterday.
Wes Logan with his second 4-pounder of the day, a 410. He's up to 16 pounds. 5th place.
Wow.
Last event's winner.
Admittedly, Logan says he doesn't fish here a bunch. He kind of hates that he didn't fish here more often. It's not that far from Springvale, Alabama, but he was the day 3 leader here last fall, actually, and it was more surprising to him than people
I
expected.
don't know if they're trying to spawn with that one I saw earlier. I saw a bunch over there on that other one. We didn't even see a fish. I saw 4 over there. It's just time, I guess. I ran over them getting in a hurry because I didn't see them earlier.
You could tell Kufal way ahead of schedule from where he thought today was going to bring him. He was really concerned not even getting many bites in the area that he caught him yesterday morning. Thought he might have to go up lake and do a lot of his work today, where he caught him later on day number 1. Obviously not needing to press that quite as hard.
Oh yeah, there he is. Why does he come out toward the boat? Back in there. Fish is catchable.
Fun to watch Steve Kennedy work. Said this tournament sets up just like a Elite Series event that we had here more than a decade and a half ago.
TH Marine Weather Watch there, 68 degrees, going to get considerably hotter than that, I believe. Predicted to today, warmer all the way approaching 90 on the weekend.
Wow.
Calm winds today, obviously. Big contrast to yesterday.
Yes, contrast to what the forecast was today.
That's right. In opposition.
There, but he didn't stick around. I want to catch one on the top water. There's one right there. See where it came from too. He's over behind you back there.
Steve Kennedy seeing a lot of fish.
But yeah, we
That's what
couldn't
he said
see
yesterday,
them. I don't know
these
if the
fish.
conditions were just bad, or I don't know if the light just got better or what, but there's fish everywhere. When I came through here a minute ago, there was one sitting on that point of the sand. There were actually 2 up there, just sitting there perfect. I could see them.
Plenty of guys with plenty to do on this day. Again, you got to do well enough to be in the top 48. Everyone's got their sights set on that. Lots of movement up and down the leaderboard, including from 80th to 4th place at this point for Scott Martin. So that gives you an indication of what's possible, what's available out there. We'll get your timing right. Got to execute. Got to hope you get a chance. Just a chance to move in and go do what you do. Plenty more Bassmaster Live on the way for you today. Stay with us. We're going to take a quick break, and we will be right back to sort of push toward the midday point of our proceedings here on day number 2.
You're watching live coverage of the Berkley Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville, sponsored by TH Marine.
Lake Guntersville, just like it always was, just an incredible place to find bass, incredible habitat. We got bridges, culverts, docks, roads, roadbeds, all sorts of vegetation. Our Humminbird Unlock the Lake shows it to us. This impoundment on the Tennessee River is just one of a kind and just keeps putting it out despite the pressure.
Absolutely. The Humminbird Unlock the Lake, really taking a look at Guntersville. Everything is going on, but if there's one thing that has been pretty much consistent, your takeoff right around North Saudi, right around Goose Pond Landing, where we're taking off from, there has been a massive beatdown. But as we're seeing a little bit today, whether it's been Polinick, Scott Martin, we're wondering this. As the water temp warms, as a lot of these fish start to move away from the shallows, that little bit of a deeper bite definitely starting to play for some of the bigger bags, but it almost seems like at least the consistent bites still up shallow so far in this tournament.
We've had more than a few anglers here cite the temperatures, which are going steadily up over the course of the weekend, as possibly something that could move this tournament offshore a little bit more. Back out to Jason Christie.
Let him have this.
5-inch wacky rigged
Hooked right in
Yum Dinger.
Quickly over to Chris Johnston. Chris moved himself out of the top 10, back into the top 10 now. It's currently in 8th place.
I think you'll see Chris Johnston doing exactly what Christie's doing a little bit later this morning.
Keeper. See if we can get this one in the boat for number 5. Decent one. Saw him on the live scope. Nah, little guy. Number 5.
Fish, no big ones for Johnston so far.
A lot longer for him to catch his limit today, Tommy.
Mm-hmm.
Like Chris Johnston, Jason Christie, a little bit behind his pace from day number 1.
A tree. Got you, buddy.
That's so big head Todd right there.
Mm-hmm. He's as skinny as a rail, though. But you know what? He's number 5. He's number 5. God, he is skinny. Skinny.
Well, we talked to Scott Martin earlier, his huge move from 80th place all the way up into 4th place. Let's talk about another big move during the course of this tournament, Mark Zona.
Yeah, exactly right. We were with Carl Jacobson yesterday, and the best way to put it, 3/4 of Carl's day was a hot mess. Carl Jacobson starting in that marina and said he got to watch a show from another angler. It's when he made this move to that bridge right there, catching a couple key swim bait fish, transitioning from there over to a football jig. You've seen Carl do that many times before. But ending his day on a very, very high note. We talked about it at length yesterday. Carl Jacobson needing a solid tournament. Really, that bridge right there, salvaging Carl Jacobson's day 1 here at Lake Guntersville. Really, really good turnaround. And an angler that definitely needed it. Also having a big day today.
As low as 90th place yesterday. Bringing it all the way back in to finish right about 40th place at the end of the day.
I think it's fair to say probably Carl's a lot calmer in his boat today. Starting his day with a 4-pounder at 6:05 a.m. Went on a really nice flurry with still a lot of room to grow. That is your Mercury move of the day so far.
Just follow that up with a visit right now. B&W Trailer Hitches. Bonus coverage, talking with Carl Jacobson. Carl, just incredible to follow you yesterday. We saw the highs, about as high and as low as you could get in one fishing day. It was quite something. I'll bet you'll remember that day for a long time.
Yeah, there's no doubt. It's just how I think my whole career has gone. It's a roller coaster, and everyone's on it with me, and it's got some of the highest highs, and it's got some lows, but we dig our way out. You know, that's the main thing. And yesterday was one of those days that could have easily resulted in 3 fish for 5 pounds, and really affected made my season almost impossible to make the Classic. But got in a right position, kept my head in the game, and got those bites, and now we're back in it, and it's a great feeling.
Carl, you made the comment yesterday, you just needed to make a right turn. Somewhere through the day, you needed to make a right turn. Is there a lure in your boat that you did not throw yesterday?
Yeah. It was insane. Like, I always have like a lot of rods rigged up. I like to have options all the time. I know what it's like. You get out here and then next minute something appears and you're like, I should have put a top water rod in. So I like to be able to reach down and pick up a rod. I had more rod and reels out yesterday than I've ever had in my life. It's kind of embarrassing to even count what I had. And I did it all. I fished a shad spawn, spinnerbait, swim bait, and then I fished the grass lines, I fished the points, I went up and fished bluegill beds, I looked for the bedders, I fished my docks, I fished the bridges with the jig. I mean, I did it all, and none of it was working. It was super frustrating. I was looking for that one bite to help me to just settle down and lock in on something, and I just, I knew if I keep bouncing and moving and adjusting, something's going to give eventually, and then it did. I got to the right bridge where it was going down. It's usually always location, and there was activity there. There was bait, there was fish moving, and I was able to capitalize on that, so it was pretty cool.
Well, what a difference a day makes. Obviously, you've taken that one piece of great feedback, that one bite you got, and just worked it today to perfection. What a difference a day makes. And tell us how quickly and how much more easy it was for you today.
Yeah, so once I figured out sort of that there was fish there, it makes it a little bit easier because I can settle down and I can really fish hard and adjust. And what actually happened this morning, is I got in that same area, and now there's low light conditions. It's dark, and the fish bite. They even bite that jig early. Usually it's like a bait fish thing, but they like to bite that jig early. And I actually worked out. You've seen me crawling it in the past over each rock. And this morning, I did a little thing that I snapped it off a rock, and one reacted. I caught a 4-pounder, and the light switch went off. And I was able to do that, bang, one after the other, and that was what they wanted. And caught, 14 odd pounds fairly quickly. So it's just those little telltale signs that you've got to have those fish tell you, and then you've got to realise and adjust. And I was able to do that. It doesn't always happen, but it's a great feeling when it does.
Carl, you kept telling the fans all day yesterday, don't give up on me. I'm not giving up. You guys don't give up on me. And, I guess I'm sure you talked to the folks back home in Australia and all your fans here in America, and I imagine they stayed with you, and it paid off in a big way.
Yeah, it's so cool, the support that I have, but that's kind of my story, that I have a more realistic story. There's a lot of stories out there of guys, they always catch them, they make the classic, they win tons of events, and it's phenomenal to see that, and it's tough because I know it's possible, so I want to find that consistency, but I know what it's like. I don't have the talent and the skill of what you were sort of born with. I've got to make it up with extremely hard work and not quitting when the chips are down, and that's where the Fear My Heart logo and my motto comes in. And I remember that when it was 1 o'clock yesterday and I had 5 fish, I know I'm one cast away, and I just like for people to realise that no matter what they're in, whether they're on the other side of the country, what work they do, they got to realise that you just got to keep going. Around the corner are good times if you're going through some tough ones, and fishing really sort of shows that at a peak, and I'm glad I'm able to do that. So the support from America and Australia and the fans have just been unbelievable. They're my real driving force. I'm not doing this for me. I'm doing it for everyone. I love bringing them along on the journey. Just got one on the glide. Wasn't an upgrade, but I've hooked several like that on the glide right now, and I missed about a 5-pounder. So this is where it can get dangerous for me in the past. When I've got a good limit, I feel like I'm in the cut, I'm going to get paid, I can kind of swing for it now. Got the right conditions, got wind, and I'm going to throw the glide. I'm still going to throw the jig, and I'm going to look for a bite for tomorrow, but I'm trying to find 1 or 2 big bites right now, and this is the way I know I can do it.
Carl, you've always had a great connection to Guntersville, and it's glad to see that that's still going on here. Best of luck. Plenty of more fishing time left, and Carl Jochimson keeping the momentum going today. His mojo on Guntersville is intact, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we're going to keep watching Carl for a little bit here. Let him fish on. Thank you for your time, Carl.
Got another climber that kind of didn't do as well as they had hoped on camera yesterday. Chris Aldain was 80-30s. Got a 14-pound plus limit. He's up in our 20s, 26 right now. Angler of the Year race update. Seth Feider's in 32nd. Patrick Walters, who gained 9 points on him yesterday, is in 41st. So Feider is gaining some points. Started 41, depending on how far he finishes ahead of Walters.
So right now it's pretty close to where we started yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, Halleck has slipped into second place.
Who did?
Brandon Palaniuk.
Back to Steve Kennedy.
Steve Kennedy said just throwing at bright spots, whether they're bluegill beds or largemouth beds, not sight fishing a lot on beds.
do that. Here we go. Another chunk. That's good. I was thinking somebody might have come through here. But yeah, there was one on that last bed too. This is where I caught him in 2006. I finished third. 210. Put him on my side. I like it. I mean, how does somebody not see that bed? It means nobody's come through here.
Steve, with the Elite Series since its inception in 2006 and using all of those 15 years to dial up a little knowledge for this go-around on Lake Guntersville.
You know, and it is a monster lead, obviously, that Caleb Kufal has. But with that monster lead, he is kind of have the vibe with as much as these guys are cannibalizing that little milfoil pocket that he's in. You just have that feeling he's going to need that lead.
That was bad luck. Because the little one got it and the big one didn't.
Water is so clear on Guntersville now.
I hope it cools so we can keep it. It's fat. I think it's going to cool. It's thicker than some of those.
Sorry, I was wrong. It wasn't Palnick who's climbed to second AOY. It's Jason Christie. He started 68 points behind Fighter, and he's gained a few on him. He passed Mosley, Walters, and Palnick.
He's having a year, no doubt about that.
Mosley with a bad day one.
Which is what he expected. He posted a photo at 7 o'clock at night, the only boat in the ramp, and said, I guess I must be the only one struggling then, because he hadn't figured anything out throughout practice, and 10 pounds, 4 ounces is indicative of that.
He's our one fish today. Boy, Ronnie nailed it with 3 bags over 20 pounds yesterday. Z.
He did.
I was kind of trapped into the correct answer, though, so I can't claim too much credit.
We bookended you.
Z with the 2 and Tommy with the 4, and I didn't think it was going to be 5, and we already had 1, Such, so even on that one, I can't claim anything.
What about today, though? And how about the cut?
I'm staying 2. I'm going with 2 20-pound bags again.
We got 1 with Scott Martin right now.
All right.
I'll go 4 again.
3. I gotta say 3 first.
Okay, 3. Running 5.
I've been trapped out of it. I
hit the buzzer.
You know what? I'm
first.
hopeful. We'll
That
go
is
1.
cute.
No, I'm just kidding. We'll go 5.
Now 13-14 was the 48th spot weight, so
If it doubled, it would be 27.5, which would be one of the highest cut weights of the year, excluding Lake Fork, obviously. But it'd be interesting to see if it doubles or goes down.
Right now, Brian Schmidt, 48th place. He's got 20 pounds, 11 ounces. So
And surprisingly, Z, that Brian Schmidt guy, he's going to factor up north, but he is one that's on that watch list for the Cup with how tough his first year on the Elites was last year. A decorated pro, but 2-year average for him. And he'll be one to watch this northern swing to save his elite hopes.
Caleb Kufal, you said it, Mark Zona, he's probably going to need that giant weight he had on day number 1. Not a bad day today, 13 pounds, but that's less than half of what he caught yesterday, yet he's extended his lead.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to watch his second area up the lake to see if it is kind of going to be the safety net going in a semifinal Saturday into championship, potentially championship Sunday.
We got to have 48 anglers tomorrow. Anybody over for 48th position is gone on the road. Headed north to New York State, Jamie Hartman. Our winner here in 2019 is the first guy out. Ray Hanselman has been doing pretty well here. A little bit of a struggle today. Ditto for Keith Combs, Stetson Blaylock, and all the rest.
You're watching live coverage of the Berkley Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville, sponsored by TH Marine.
Day number 2, moving day, and we've got a Caleb Kufal, second-year man from Mukwonago, Wisconsin on top. We've spent time in the boat with Caleb this year, having a good year. Started out with a 16th place finish at the St. John's. He went top 12 at a tough fishery at Sabine, where, of course, Jason Christie won earlier this year. And he's an interesting guy, different style.
Definitely, it kind of has that little bit of a throwback style. Starts shallow, stays shallow, pretty much a one bullet in his arsenal. Going to get out to Jason Christie right now. You really kind of get a vibe of really what's going on shallow on the inside grass lines, like Jason Christie and Steve Kennedy are concentrating on. You see a bunch of bluegills there, and it's the best of both worlds. A lot of bluegill spawning mixed in with largemouth. Oh, that is a different Lake Guntersville than we're used to.
It's like Florida.
That is
Florida spring.
Right, a Florida spring. Every northern lake.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah.
A lot of times you'll be sitting here and you'll just see one swim by, and I just ain't seeing them. I don't know if they're swimming down in the grass or.
Whoa.
What?
And if you see Jason Christie, after his area that he's been frogging, if Jason Christie's locking a spinning rod in his hand, these fish are very, very weary, boat shy, bait shy. Leave our friend Caleb Kufal. Get out to him right now, still in his starting spot.
Had Shane Lineberger jump from 25th to 3rd place with a 5.12, giving him 15 and a half on the day. Bertie Schultz caught a 6-pounder, too.
Boy, like Carl Jacobson, those are 2 other anglers that needed to catch him in this tournament.
Got him. Ooh, hook him out. Thanks. 2.5. Not a giant, but we'll take him right now.
Three-quarter-ounce tungsten weight. Zoom Z hog.
To match yesterday, he's only got to cull up about another 13 pounds.
Oh, wow. Well, he's going to get a half a pound here. And again, as you pointed out, he's got a whole nother spot to hit today.
Yeah, and I think you're kind of seeing a little bit what Kufal said he did yesterday. Corey Johnston was right outside of that 100-foot radius. He was hammering them.
Leave. I'm just taking one more pass through the good stuff, and got another bite. So this spot has been hit hard. We had two guys fishing. I think that's Shane LaHue right over there. And I still fish here to be caught. You know, if you leave them alone, like I went over and I fished a little stretch of that bank grass, caught one over there, and then came back to this, you know, you get another bite. So, you know, you let it alone for a little while and you get a few more bites out of it. But I'm not going to spend much more time here. It's about 9:15. I'm going to get out of here in short order and go up the lake a ways and see if we can't catch a bigger fish. So I had one stretch up there that I caught 2 good ones on yesterday, and the sun's out now, and that's kind of what I need on that bite. So we're going to give it a try.
That'll help. I think. On it? Man, these fish are bigger than they look. I need to put that skinny one back over here because he ain't gonna weigh much.
Ronnie, we mentioned Brian Schmidt, bang, 4-pounder. Back inside the cut line at 29th right now with 4 fish.
Great camera work right there. Shows just how clear that water is. Good stuff. And you kind of just have that vibe that even though Seth Feider has, you know, done his work, and at least so far done his work here on Guntersville, come the end of Champlain and St. Lawrence River, Christie will still be in the mix for that Angler of the Year title.
He is a grinding him out, Jason Christie. Never letting up. Got his limit about full 30 minutes ago. Just upgrading, and he will continue to do so until further notice and keep advancing. That's sort of his style. Sure admire the style from our last stop. Neely Henry of West Logan. West Logan putting it away, getting his first Elite Series win. Congratulations, Wes. That was great stuff. And lest we forget, you led here at Guntersville the last time you were here going into the final day.
I did. You know, it's not setting up that way. Obviously, it was a completely different time of year, but I don't know. We've caught a few this morning. May have figured a little something out. I mean, basically kind of the same stuff I was doing actually in that Elite event last time. Just a little bit different type of grass. Nothing's really matted out yet, so it's kind of more random flipping. I call it Seth Feider flipping. You just kind of poking around, and then you'll run into one or two.
Wes, we got to text back and forth after your victory at Neely Henry, and you were wound tighter than a dadgum drum during that event. How has it been since then, winning your first event?
I mean, sometimes I like to think, but like when we got here, you know, I kind of tried to put it in the back of my head. I mean, you can't forget about it because I mean, I'm grateful to win and stuff. But I mean, as far as from a competitive standpoint, I mean, I want to make the classic, and I mean, obviously I got some good points from winning, but I knew coming into this one, like, you have to catch them every day against these guys. I mean, if I screw around and don't make a cut or have a bad finish, I mean, you know, I can drop a long way. But I mean, it's been really special. And I told some people, if I never win again, I mean, winning right there was, I mean, by far the most special thing that could have ever happened.
Wes, we're about to look at some of the footage right now on our show from that win there at Neely Henry. You put a lot of pressure on yourself on that one. Mark Zona talked about how keyed up you were. You put the maximum amount of pressure on yourself for that tournament.
I did, and I mean, I didn't really do it from a standpoint like I have to win the tournament. I just wanted to fish good. I wanted to make good decisions, and then if I was able to get the bites, you know, just let it happen like it's going to happen. And you know, I had some pressure going into practice, but once practice started, I kind of tried to just go about the lake like I'd never seen it. And then, I mean, obviously practice was a wash for mostly everybody with all the weather. But I don't know, once the tournament kind of got going, and I made a good decision to start the tournament. I actually started somewhere I wasn't even going to go, and I got the ball rolling pretty quick. And once I saw kind of what was going on, I mean, I just knew I was probably just going to have to execute to have a chance to do really good. And I actually lost a lot of fish that, you know, I mean, most of the time when you lose that many fish in an elite event, you're not going to win. Like, I lost enough fish in the first 3 days that, I don't know, probably by the last day, it would have been like a 6 or 7 pound lead, which it's pretty cool the way it worked out from a fan standpoint and for you guys, you know, in live and stuff, but it was pretty rough on my heart.
Wes, you going to continue with the Seth Fighter program for a while here, or you got some big plans for days 3 and 4 here, should you make it that far in this tournament? Are things going to change that much? Oh, look out. We'll just watch this for a second.
He wasn't a help, but we are getting a few bites. I think I'm gonna stick with this program for a while, especially with the weather we got. I mean, truthfully, I haven't even flipped any until today. I haven't flipped during practice. It's mainly been a reaction bite. But I mean, it's kind of slick and calm right now. Ain't a whole lot of wind. I think the wind's supposed to pick up a little bit later, but I think I've got enough to make it to tomorrow, unless they just really smash them. You know, I was sitting right inside the cut, and I've got a little bit more than I had yesterday. So I got one small one in there. If I can get rid of it, I think I'll be okay to fish tomorrow. And I'm really comfortable fishing this way. And I mean, obviously I caught a real good one a little while ago, so there's some big ones to be had doing it for sure.
Well, you're carrying the flag for Alabama right now in our top 10. Congratulations again, a great win at Neely Henry for Wes Logan there. Fine champion. You expect he's one of those guys that you kind of think is going to do it more than once during his career on the Bassmaster Elite Series. But Caleb Kufal, man, oh man, no one even able to come close to the Wisconsin angler here on day number 2. And he's got to make it hold up for a couple more days after this one, and we will just see what we see.
You're watching live coverage of the Berkley Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville, sponsored by TH Marine.
If you want to find some inspiration for your next outdoor adventure, go ahead and check out the new Go Outside community. You can learn more and you can share your journey in the outdoors. Go to bassmaster.com/go-outside or find us on your social media today.
Hey, Tommy.
Yeah.
You understand there's a contingency. There's a contingency. You've got your offshore anglers. Okay, this one right here, though, he's going to start shallow. He's going to stay shallow. And the biggest thing is self-admittedly. Self-admittedly, Jason Christie said to us, I had a bad practice, all right? And practice for Jason Christie, one thing about it, he don't live by it. And that's why today, Jason Christie, you are going to be one thing, and that is the Power Pole replay of the day. Starting with a Booyah Pad Crasher, getting it done early with a couple solid bites. One that he said, one he needs for the live well. And really, just watching the performance that he's put on here, self-admittedly, one of the finest performances we've seen on day 2. Jason Christie, you are the Power Pole replay of the, that's bad.
You're a
replay of the day.
A little bit country, a little bit rock and roll, bit country-politan is what I call you.
Country-politan. Exactly right.
That is you, all the way.
Power Pole replay of the day. Good fish, right? And if you really notice, Jason Christie starting to get a lot of bites. Going to get on the water right now live, Jason Christie.
You did it. The Power Pole replay of the day is the ability for you to change your accent mid-sentence. That was impressive.
It's a shapeshifter, like Tommy said right there. It's a chameleon. Chameleon.
7th place now, you see, for Jason Christie. Been a little bit of a slower start after a couple of fish on top to begin with.
Luke Palmer with a 5-pounder just moved into second place as well.
Sawing grass down with 8 pounds. Easy, buddy. Just stay in the grass. Not as big as I thought he was. That's so pretty. Just don't want him to jump. He's better than I thought he was. Fish close to 4.
Pre-spawner right there.
Put him on the good side. Which one goes back? You ain't gonna tell me, are you? I gotta do all this.
Actually, Tommy, I think I'm wrong.
That's a bass. It's a big
Luke Palmer's no longer in second place. Jason Christie with that one close to 4 will jump him into second place.
Where are my stuff?
Basically tied.
Just let him eat it. Oh, I missed him. Dang it.
Well, it's fun to watch him work.
Must have had the wrong side of the worm. You know what I'm thinking about doing? I'm thinking we might go back. I wonder what the peak, 9:30, about lunchtime. I think I'm gonna go back and check those frogfish.
Tommy, I think you would agree. That sounds like a fantastic idea.
Excellent idea.
Lunch plans.
Well, the morning so far, it's been good. My frogfish, they're just way smarter than me. You know, it's frustrating to see 20 pounds blow up like everywhere, but I just can't catch them. The water's too clear and it was calm in there. And this is going about like I thought. I mean, we're getting a lot of bites. I haven't have not seen any great big ones yet. But I think some of it's because I can't see well yet. You know, I got lucky and just caught probably my biggest one, maybe 4-pounder, and you know, we just happened to be. I was looking and she just came swimming down the bank. So this water's so clear, like I'm just watching. And whenever I see the right cast, I make it. You know what's weird is I fished down there yesterday, and you think, well, I caught them all or whatever, and then you turn around and come right back through it in a lot of the same holes, and that's what makes me think, you know, some of these fish are spawning, but the majority of them are, they're eating brim. And in grass, what you see, like with your eyes, is about 5% of what's there. They're just, you know, they just blend in with that grass. And a lot of them, you know, they'll sun underneath mats and stuff, and I can't. I'd love to be flipping. Ain't nothing more I'd rather do than put a big weight on and go and flipping, but I just cannot get close enough with, I can't get close enough with the flipping stick to get them to bite. There's one right here somewhere. This is where I lost that one yesterday. I think they're inside that hole right there. Yeah.
Four-time Elite Series winner, Jason Christie. Let's get out to Steve Kennedy now.
Steve Kennedy basically doing the exact same thing. It's Jason Christie. Different bait. Pretty much that inside grass line, that hard sand bottom.
Oh, feels better than that. That was better than a 2.5 pounder. Did you see that? Dang it. That was hurt. You go so long looking for one, then you find the right one, and she bites and she whoops your honey. Gotta catch your bites.
It's interesting to see the watercolor difference where Steve Kennedy is actually down lake from Jason Christie. Doesn't look like there's as much eelgrass around Kennedy.
Eelgrass kind of galloping, and it's spread through Lake Guntersville, and as we mentioned, talked about a lot yesterday, it contributes to filtering this water, making for clearer water, taking the particles sticking to it and making that water the way it looks there with Jason Christie.
Slow day for Todd Auten. 2 bass, 4.5 pounds, and you kind of had that vibe listening to Todd Auten after the weigh-in yesterday that he went on a magic flurry, and he said, well, I don't know if I can duplicate that 15 minutes of magic, as he's hooked up right there, Tommy Sander.
You might just keep, actually. All right, got a hand on it. Been a while since I had a bite. Forgot what one felt like. Not the giants, but I'll take them today. They all 16 inchers, 2.5 pounders.
He mentioned it, Z. Auten said, hey, everyone expects me to throw a chatterbait, but I can throw other things. Maybe he should go back to the chatterbait. He's made some top 10s this year with that. You know, obviously just kidding, but 3 in the boat for him makes it a lot easier to make the cut now at 21 yesterday.
Ron, the question is, were you kidding?
I just want to see him throw a chatterbait, honestly. Like I just want to watch him. He's one of the best.
So you
with
weren't
it.
kidding?
No, I wasn't.
No way.
Exactly.
Polnick. Okay, straight up and down.
Little.
It's awesome how the last 4 fish catches we've seen have been totally different scenarios. Sight fishing up shallow, moving baits, vertically dropping on fish.
We love to see. That's kind of our all-time favorite thing to watch. A little variety here on Bassmaster Live. Another one of our favorite elements of Bassmaster Live. Striker Daily Trivia. Who has not won 2 B.A.S.S. events on Lake Guntersville from among these anglers here? Denny Brower, Zell Rowland, George Cochran, and Rick Clunn. Think of those 4 anglers. Brower, Rowland, Cochran, Clunn. Who among them has not won twice on Guntersville? We'll be back with the answer.
The Berkley Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Berkley.
Caleb Kufal still on top, more than a healthy lead. The big battle, though, for 48th place. That's how you make the cut on day number 2. Let's take a look back at our Striker Daily Trivia question we set you up with. Who among these anglers has not won 2 BASS events on Guntersville? Would it be Brower, Rowland, Cochran, or Clunn? Z, I'll let you go first.
I think this is a little bit of an easy one. I think he won a Megabucks tournament. And Tommy, I'm not going to lie. I did phone a friend on this. Mike McKinnon said it is against the rules. Overstreet said, man, it's DB. It ain't Don Barone. It's Denny Brown. Fool.
Okay. Well, I know Cochran and Clunn. I know they've both won 2 here. I think. Yeah, I'm going to go with you on that. I'll say A as well, Ronnie.
I can't lie. I'm not gonna lie. I thought it was Clunn, but it's because I remember a victory from all of them, but I can't remember their second win, so I don't know.
You're
okay.
You're just bowing out.
No, I said Clunn.
Oh, you say Clunn. Okay, yeah. okay. It's Denny Brower.
Break, now he knows that it's Denny Brower.
DB. I think that was Zell Rowland's. His last victory we saw with the Bassmasters was at.
I think
was at Guntersville right here.
Overstreet. Need to give Overstreet credit because he popped in. He chimed off real quick on that.
No, zero credit. That is literally illegal, and we're tired of you getting fed answers all year.
Hey, Overstreet fed me answers on the biggest beatdowns in BASS when the Walters Fork beatdown was going on. He nailed the top 2.
Wow.
He emailed me.
He's a stats machine.
There is, right here in this basketball court, no, the 2 basketball courts area, there's 5 20-pound stringers swimming around. Maybe this wind, this morning whenever I rolled through there, it was flat. Maybe this wind, I mean, you're not going to catch all of them. You just catch 1 or 2, and then the rest of them get spooky.
Jason Christie tied for second with Luke Palmer as it stands right now.
Following up on that Striker Daily Trivia, you mentioned Zell Rowland's last major win was here at the Bassmasters.
Sure.
We got to see that location factor last year in the Classic with Brandon Lester making a visit to that key stretch.
Can we pull the curtain back on Zell Rowland real quick? Can I tell a story from back in the day that Tommy probably does not want to hear?
What?
This was probably 15 years ago, and we had a canceled date. Jason Christie hooked up small fish. So we had a canceled day because of weather, and I just got in town. Zell Rowland walked up to me, absolutely out of his gourd, mad. And he said, I'm sick of you canceling days. I said, dude, it's not up to me. I said, it's Tommy Sanders who's canceling.
And he went right to me. He did. That was Wheeler Lake. Wheeler Lake. I remember it well.
And listen, he was doing he had the dart in his fingers, pointing the marb at me and tuning me up. And I said, dude, I don't want to let the cat out of the bag. Tommy's the one in meetings that's canceling all these things.
Yeah.
And he hammered Tommy.
Yeah, you threw me that swing pass and I got leveled.
Yeah, it was one of those last-ditch pitches when you know that you're not going to be able to get through the hole. You're just going to, hey, here you go, running back, take it.
But the point is, he's right. I canceled it myself. I was guilty of that.
Tommy has been so outspoken about canceling tournament days.
It's raining. My shoes will get wet.
Yeah.
No, we're done. We're not going.
Honestly, a lot of people have
so
thought we have
great.
done that this year.
Single-handedly shut down that whole stupid circus that day.
Boy, and hats off to the tournament staff, Lisa Talmadge. They have had their hands full this season, big time.
I mean, way to get broke in for replacing Trip Weldon.
Done a great job. Great job.
A little bonus coverage coming up right now. Got to spend a little bonus coverage with him yesterday, having a good day yesterday as well. Oklahoma's Luke Palmer. And Luke, man, things seem to be, the train is running on the tracks this week for you. What's your secret?
I wish there was a secret. I think it's just I got fortunate and put the good bite in the boat today. I was a little bit on it because my first stop didn't come out at all today. Well, I caught 1 3 pounds. I was really banking to pull up and catch a limit, and it was just dead. I don't know what happened. And I pulled up there yesterday afternoon and caught 3 or 4 fish, but it wouldn't help me. So I said, well, I'll just get out of here. And there was quite a few around there, but it just didn't pan out today. So I came down to where I weighed yesterday and just been kind of steadily catching a few fish. It's not fast and furious like it was yesterday, but there is still a few hanging around here.
Luke, making the semi-offshore bite work a little bit. Are these areas, are they reloading, and do you have more than the one area that we saw you yesterday?
I've actually, I hit about 6 or 8 spots yesterday, and every one of them had fish on them. But I couldn't get over that 3 pound mark, bumped me on up. I went up shallow yesterday just to kind of see some things because I had some fish on beds. I just wanted to kind of see if they were still there. And it was like desolate. So I don't know if those fish are going ahead. I think they're moving. I think the sun, since we had those 3 or 4 days of cloudy weather, I think it kept them up there shallow for us a few more days. But now you're looking at 71, 73, 4 degrees, and I think they're coming. So I'm just hoping that I'm not too far behind them, though. That's my fear. Because you know how it is when these fish want to go, they get out offshore and they get up in big schools, and shallow bite can really be tough on them.
Luke, when you come to a great place like Lake Fork or Lake Guntersville here, and yet it's a place that gets so much pressure, what's your main strategy for dealing with that? How do you cope with super pressured fish?
I've actually I go on each end of the spectrum. It seems like I either go. I've been throwing a 10-inch worm just to kind of go quite a bit bigger, to kind of get away from the norm, I guess you'd say, on 7-inch maybe. And throwing some reaction stuff that I can really rip through it. I've been throwing a 1-knocker some, and it's been getting me some good bites. Because I kind of think people get off of that whenever the normal trap bites on. They kind of, it's over for them. Get off of it. And I've kind of stuck with it a little bit this week, and caught a couple good fish on it. I think it's kind of helped me a difference. But that's kind of been my 2 things. Just trying to be a little bit different. Normal thing is, I guess you'd say.
Well, Luke, hope you get a chance to jump another 5-pounder. We're gonna see you at the weigh-in for sure. And Luke Palmer having a great tournament here at Guntersville this time around.
Go over to Todd Auten right here. Fishing further offshore than I think we've seen in his career.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's going to be big enough or not. Might be. It'd be close. Man, I don't like reaching in there with these.
Todd Auten looks like he's getting it done with a lipless, something we've not seen in this tournament so far.
Here's the hummingbird bird's eye view of that spot. Todd is doing his work right now. Again, a slow start to his day. Kind of getting it, grinding it out like so many of our anglers in the top 10 we're following today.
Rookie KJ Queen.
Fishing
back up in second place. Called with a 4-pounder.
Todd Auten fishing a very popular creek. Lake Guntersville. Seen a classic championship won in that creek, I believe, Tommy Sanders.
Mm-hmm, yes. Gorgeous day. The only place I've ever seen any wind today is when we visited with Carl Jochimson hour or so ago. Just really hasn't.
Oh, and it is going to be a sheet of glass tomorrow going into Championship Sunday.
Hot, a little more humid.
And another angler climbing from the depths, David Fritz, was in the 90s. He's got a limit today going 15 pounds. He's inside the cut, 42nd right now.
Good job.
Wow.
He's won a major tournament here before as well.
But not two.
But not two.
Third stop on the Tennessee River this year. We think of just 6 weeks ago. Two impoundments down. Only 2 impoundments down.
Wow.
Man, Florence, Alabama. Lake Pickwick couldn't have looked more different than this place. I mean, they didn't look like they're in the same hemisphere.
Yeah, and one other thing, Ron. We made a comment about Greg Hackney yesterday, who tends to lowball his weights on Bass Track.
I believe you said that completely. Solely you did. Yeah, I didn't say anything.
I think I did. And I'm going to tell you 2 other people that I'm going to throw in the Hackney bracket. Todd Auten grossly underestimates his bass, and so does Jason Christie.
Patrick Walters.
Yeah, Walters is in there. Yeah.
Patrick.
He had a 6-7 he put in as a 5-pounder yesterday. We would have mentioned him several more times in the day about making ground up on fighter on the AOI race. He kind of shorted himself some coverage.
Yeah, we were having a little conversation about what we've seen that Jason Christie has versus what's listed as him having right now, and it's doesn't totally add
Yes.
up. Yeah, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
Back to Steve Kennedy.
I know, but
Fighter with his limit.
Starting to struggle. I need something to eat. I need I hate losing a good fish. That's a little bitty when I look. He might keep. Might. He looked tiny, but it was worth a pitch. No, I hate almost 16 inches. I hate losing big fish. It's just. Right. I mean, it's just, you don't get but so many opportunities. And 1-9. Put him on my side. Is that our small one? What was the little one?
I think that'll be the smallest.
Can you give me a total too? Can you look that up? 1-9, yes. And what's our little one? Can you look at them? What was the first one? I don't remember. Oh, okay. Yeah, it was like a 2.4, 2.5. Okay, that's right. That's right. 1-9 is the little one on my side.
All right, here goes Brandon Pollen. Going to give us our top lures for today.
This right here is the deal. It's a little VMC crossover ring, and it's got just this little top piece that allows you to take your little VMC Nico hook, and you can either rig it inline or you can rig it crossways. So if I'm Nico rigging, a lot of times I like to have that hook in line with the worm because it's sitting like that on the bottom, and you want to hook them in the top of the mouth. But then if you're wacky rigging and the bait is falling parallel, horizontal, then you want that weight the other way, or that hook the other direction, and you can just pop it out and flip it over. Crossover ring. It has made hookup ratios much better, and you go through a lot less baits.
See Polinick switching up most of his damage done yesterday, cranking and on a glide bait, Storm Arashi glide bait. Try to show those later today.
Caught one a little while ago on that setup, and still real slow going so far. Only 2 fish in the live well for.
Which is about where he was yesterday at this time.
Agreed.
I believe Kufal has gone to his secondary area.
Confirm, Z, on the map.
Got it. Thanks, Such.
It looks a little further up than where he was yesterday.
Yes. You'll find it interesting. His secondary area, not too far yet again from Matt Herron, who he was near earlier this morning.
It's a rule of thumb. If you have found a way to fish around Matt Herron in multiple Elite Series events and survive to tell about it, then I think you can last as an Elite Series pro. Like, you can make it on the trail. We love Matt, but yes.
Matt will be happy to hear that.
Absolutely will. I'd like to see Herron and Christie fish near each other, just for the simple fact I used to room with Christie, and he threatened to beat me senseless for snoring one time.
Oh, God. No.
That was a joke, right? No, it's not true.
Some humor there. Well, will be so interesting, as you pointed out, Mark Zona, to see how Kufal fares in his second spot, which is very integral to his giant weight on day number 1. But we'll see some good, interesting, and diverse, always diverse here in Guntersville. Fish catches, different ways of getting the job done. Dave Mercer and Davey Hyde are going to get the job done. After we take a break here, they will pick up the torch and take you all the way through it. So that's coming up in just a minute. Moving day. 98 anglers there for 48 spots. Who's going to fit in at the end of the day? Get a better picture as we move on toward the weigh-in. That's coming up this afternoon.
You're watching live coverage of the Berkley Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville, sponsored by TH Marine.
Welcome back to beautiful Scottsboro. We're having an incredible tournament here, and it's hard to believe. I mean, what kind of world we live in? We live in a world where a couple of guys can talk about bass fishing and get paid to do it. Davey Hyde and myself have that great role here, but man, there's special people out there that actually get to catch those bass. And the question at this point is, can anybody catch Caleb Kufal? I mean, Caleb Kufal has, Davey, I'm going to call it straight out. I mean, he's ruining this tournament on us. I mean, nobody wants to see a tournament where you just start off with the lead and nobody can catch it. But where's this tournament happening? Let's rein this ship in. We are in Alabama, and of course, our takeoff happens every single day at 5:30 a.m. at Goose Pond. Takeoff right on the shores of Lake Guntersville. I'm Dave Mercer, joined by my uber-talented colleague, of course, Bassmaster Classic champion, 2-time Angler of the Year, 8 wins, all that stuff, and just a swell guy all around. But Davey Hyde, it's not about me and you. It's about these anglers. It's about staying inside that top 48 to keep your tournament alive. What are you seeing out there?
Well, it's a big day. Obviously, any tournament day on Guntersville is a big day. But like you said, today is moving day, making that cut. A lot of attention right now this late in the season going to the Angler of the Year, the Rookie of the Year. People having a chance to make the Classic, because with only 2 tournaments left, if you're way back in that field, it can be very, very difficult. So a lot of things going on, but you've got to make that top 48. Caleb Kufal has really kind of extended his lead a little bit as the day progressed. He lost it for a little while, but now he's moved to a secondary area. And, I think he'll catch a few more fish, but it is a little concerning seeing where he fished yesterday. It got a little crowded in there this morning. I don't know if it can hold up.
You know what time it is? It's one of my favorite times of the day. It is time for our Toyota Midday Report, and let's start with a little Canadian love with the very first Canadian to ever win an Elite Series event, of course, Chris Johnston.
Yeah, Dave, I'm sure that you have known Chris for a very, very long time and know that he's not just a Canadian angler. He can catch them anywhere he goes. He catches largemouth, smallmouth, spotted bass, and pretty impressive to watch him yesterday and this morning. I was out on the water and was able to watch Chris Johnston some. His starting area that was so good to him yesterday, it didn't happen for him there today. He made a few moves, caught some fish. Just a natural-born fisherman. I have seen him and his brother for the last few years like you've seen him his entire life, Dave.
He has really become a prime example of a big, what many people, I think, it's kind of an underlying hidden secret. He's found out how to finesse fish, southern fish, and he's done very well with it.
Yeah. It shows the versatility. Where I saw him fishing yesterday and today, I've fished there a million times. I'll have to admit, I've never thrown a drop shot there.
Well, a lot of things are new. Speaking of our next angler, his very first Elite Series event, he takes the W there. As of yesterday, he was leading our Rookie of the Year race. And people have thought Brian New was a flash in the pan. Newsflash, definitely not.
It's fun to watch Brian New. Ashley and I were out on the water this morning and saw him there. This is some of the footage that we got while we were there with him this morning. And using a lot of different baits, fishing 2 or 3 clumps of a mixture of eelgrass and of milfoil, using a lot of different baits. This last bait that he's called it the cleanup bait was a shaky head. He caught a few on that, but using vibrating jigs, crankbaits, Texas rig big worms, and just using a lot of different baits. Brian New is for real, and he will be here a long, long time.
He's for real, but this one is one of the most feared names in professional bass fishing. Jason Christie, man, when he is lurking around our top 10, you better be careful.
Yeah, he's already got a win this season, and You have to look out for Jason Christie in any event, but let me tell you, if you haven't watched Jason Christie for his whole career, if there's a shallow vegetation bite going on, you know he's going to be right in the middle of the leaderboard. He's going to be in the top 10 almost every single event. He is so consistent when those fish are shallow and in that vegetation. Mixing up, using a frog. I think he's pitching and flipping a little bit into some of the sand holes in the places up shallow where some of these fish are actually spawning. I think quite a few of the ones that he's catching are spawning. Some of them post-spawn, some of them up there just feeding on the bluegill. A lot of things going on, but he is around a lot of fish.
One of the things you want to keep in mind with him, not just this tournament, look at our Angler of the Year leaderboard. He's slowly creeping up there, and whenever Christie's in contention, crazy things happen. And Christie having another great event, and it just shows, I mean, what a tale of emotions an Elite Series season is. I remember, you know, 1 or 2 events into the Elite Series where people were like, Christie's really not having that year, but man, things change in a hurry, except nothing changes for this guy. He goes out, he gets the lead, and the rest gets pretty boring for me and you, if I'm being totally honest.
Yeah, I mean, I've been watching the tournament weights here on Guntersville. I always come here for the Freedom Marine customer appreciation tournament that they have every spring. So I stay in touch with Guntersville each and every year. And to catch 27 pounds post-spawn, basically, most of these fish are, probably 90% of them are, maybe even 95%. For him to bring over 27 pounds to the scale was absolutely incredible. And one other thing that was incredible about Caleb this morning on the boat dock, just as calm as he could be, he felt like, hey, I've been here, done that kind of thing. And it was really enjoyable to talk to him. And he's got a solid plan. I'm just a little concerned about whether he has enough of the right type of areas to hold up for 4 days.
Caleb Kufal having an incredible tournament, but let's get out live to him right now.
This is what he's done, I guess, all of his damage, all the fish he's weighed in. He's been pitching this creature bait and this thick vegetation. A little mixture of the thicker stuff and some of the holes like we see Jason Christie, even a Steve Kennedy. They're focusing more on those empty places where you can actually see the sand or the hard bottom. But quite a few of Caleb's fish are matted up. Solid fish there.
Not just calm at takeoff, just remarkably calm.
He really, I mean, it jumped out at me talking to him this morning. I mean, it was, as you well know, Dave, you're there every single morning and you talk to the different leaders, and he just acted like, hey, this is where I'm supposed to be. I shouldn't be nervous about it. Good solid fish there. I don't know if that fish is going to help him.
Two anglers on our screen right now that both hold that exact same trait. Man, that the blood pressure doesn't raise even when things go bad. You know, you've seen it with both of them. They're very remarkably calm. Is that if you were building, let's say, Weird Science right now, and we're going to build the greatest tournament angler ever, is that the most important trait? That because you look through the years. Apart from, of course, catching fish, which Christie is doing right now.
Yeah, so different than the tournament he won earlier in the year. Heavy line, throwing a spinner bait, and now he's spinning rods with a wacky rig.
Thought he was real big for a second.
Not big at all, really.
Well, just moved locations, and we're up here pretty close to the bridge now. Just flipping these mats here. I had some pretty good success in here yesterday. I called up 2 times with 2 really big ones, so it's not a fast and furious kind of deal. You know, I hopefully get a bite or 2 along here, but if you get one, it's usually a pretty good one. I caught about a 3-pounder already, so we'll see how this goes. I was kind of waiting to come up here. You know, I think the sunlight's really important for this bite, so get them under these mats.
Calm, cool, and collected, and Caleb Kufal right now is dominating this tournament, Davey Height.
Yeah, you're the greatest at coming up with nicknames. I mean, calm, cool, collected, Kufal. That sounds awesome to me. I'm sure he would like that nickname.
Well, he's going to get a lot of names, especially if he keeps walking away with this tournament like he is. Look at that. Basically a 10-pound lead, but look behind him, KJ Queen, and look at our next 9 and how tight that leaderboard is. And that's the tail right down to the bottom 48, or the top 48, who keep alive in this tournament and keep their tournament going here at the Berkley Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville.
You're watching live coverage of the Berkley Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville, sponsored by TH Marine.
Stop number 7 of the Bassmaster Elite Series, and the final event in our southern swing. After this, we head north. But right now in Scottsboro, Alabama, and it is a throwdown, a showdown, a Caleb Kufal blowout at Davey Height. 42 pounds, 2 ounces. Unbelievable what a tournament he's having, but the question is, can he keep the wheels on for 2 more days? You got to be in the top 48 to keep your tournament alive here. Moving day, as Tommy Sanders always calls it, day number 2 to keep your tournament going into semifinal Saturday. Speaking of our tournament leader, and what a dominant leader he is, Caleb Kufal. So, Davey, once again, is that just being able to keep your blood pressure low, that steady stream? Another guy right here, another prime example, Chris Johnston, very calm. Is that the most important asset?
It is, Dave, but here's the thing that I would add to that. Having a incredible passion for the sport, desire to win every event that you enter, and be able to keep that under control and quiet and calm, the calm and quiet look. But you have to have an incredible passion to work as hard as these anglers do. I mean, they get up super early in the morning, fish, hopefully 7 days in a row, oftentimes drive to the next event, drive to a sponsor event, or do something the very next day and then to another tournament. I mean, it's just, you've got to have that incredible passion and desire to win, but then keep it under control. Keep it under control. For me, my military background, I think, helped me be a lot better fisherman.
For sure.
For Jason Christie, you know, he's been a coach. He's an athlete. He's a player. You know more about Chris. They're hockey players. I mean, a lot of times you'll see something from, you know, a background in sports or the military or something like that helps you learn how to control your emotions, but yet have a burning desire to win.
When you think about it, and if you really look at, like, you know, the true superstars of the sport, you know what I mean, long-term history-wise, really the only exception to the rule, the only spaz that had a real Hall of Fame career is Mike Iaconelli.
Yes,
You know what I
yes.
mean? He's the only guy that. Spaz is probably the right. I mean, I think he'd be proud to. He may or may not have Spaz tattooed somewhere on his body, but that is. He always was. He felt emotion, to get it out or whatever. But the majority of them are like you, even keeled.
But even with Mike, he would hold those emotions in incredibly well until he caught a fish, and then it would happen. So it's okay, I guess, to do that once he's in the live. Once the fish is in the live well, the money's in the bank, sort of thing. But here is the one thing that I noticed in my first year fishing the Bassmaster Tournament Trail: the work ethic. The best anglers always have the best work ethics.
Yeah.
You don't. I don't. I'm not thinking of a name, and I wouldn't call a name if I did have one in mind, but I've never seen an angler that puts in late. Here it would be at 6 o'clock in the morning this time of year, but I've never seen an angler that puts in late, takes out early on practice days, and has long-term success. Maybe there is one that I didn't notice, but I've never noticed that.
I knew something was fooling with it.
Big old bluegill there, isn't it? Oh, that's a warmouth.
Work ethic can never be overshadowed. I mean, and that's. I mean, I'd say that's life, Davey. Like, let's just break the. There's kids watching this right now. TikTokers and them in the world. I'm just going to let you know that's an anomaly. I don't know many successful people that don't work their butt off every day, that don't overcommit, that don't. You know what I mean? How many successful people do you know in life that literally you call up and they're like, "Yeah, I'm just hanging out."
Yeah, and I remember the poster in the locker room when I played high school athletics. Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work. But you put hard work and talent together and you have a true champion.
And you may dominate for a while at one level, but when you get to the top of whatever it is, whether it's the Elite Series, whether it's a company you work for, but when you get to the top, you're going to run into somebody that has both those.
Yes. At this level in our sport, there's a number of people that have both of those. In fact, I'd say most.
Yeah. Is that finesse fishing in predominantly power fishing lakes? Guntersville, you would think about it being a power fishing lake. Is that principle, is that kind of the unsung hero? Is that the hidden thing in pro fishing when you think about it, really?
At times, to me, though, this 4-box here is great, 4 great fishermen. But I think the versatility, the ability for Jason Christie he wants to be throwing a spinnerbait right now on 20-pound or 25-pound tests. But for him to know today the wind is not blowing like it was yesterday, he probably didn't do quite as much of this yesterday as he's doing today because you see how calm it is where he's at. But to know that there are times, even on one of the greatest big bass fisheries in the country, like Guntersville, you've got to pick up a spinning rod and a Senko kind of deal. I mean, you've got to do that on certain days and being able to know that. Now, you see, the leader isn't doing that, but he's fishing totally different. He's fishing thicker vegetation, flipping under those mats where there's shade and the visibility isn't as good. Where Christie, and he's hooked up now, is fishing the holes and the sparse vegetation.
Hard work, commitment, dedication, all those adjectives we just used to make it here on the Elite Series. All of these anglers share them, but one that definitely has showed that from day number one is the guy in the bottom corner, and that's Chris Johnston, the first Canadian to ever win a Bassmaster Elite Series event.
Growing up in Canada, we're very fortunate. Hockey's a big passion of ours. We could be sitting in the garage one day, kind of playing around with fishing tackle in the garage, and then decide, you know what, let's get a game of hockey going. And we got some nets back. We drag the nets down to the pond, and in about 10 minutes, we're on the ice. We're playing pond hockey. We'll be out there for 2 or 3 hours at a time, and we did it when we were 5 years old. We do it when we're 20 years old.
You're watching live coverage of the Berkley Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville, sponsored by TH Marine.
Welcome back. Our 7th stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series, and we go to the birth state of bass, of course, Alabama. And this is our second, or only 2 events left after this. I am a mess today. I'm sorry. I mean, I'll just rein it right back in. Let's have a look at our Berkley Bassmaster Elite. Well, no, everybody knows that leaderboard's boring. Let's jump into our Skeeter Boats Angler of the Year watch. And you see atop that, Seth Feider, Patrick Walters, and Brandon Palnick. But look at 3 and 4. Because they battled it out back in 2017. The victor, of course, that time, Brandon Palnick, but they were 1 and 2 going down the wire, and that leaderboard is tightening up, but don't let Chris Johnston get sneaky. I mean, lots can still happen, Davey.
Yeah, lots can still happen. You can see some guys, not just a Patrick Walters, Seth Feider, Angler of the Year watch, like we were kind of talking about and thinking at Neely Henry, but we have these 2 individuals. I can't call them individuals. Elite Series champions, Angler of the Year, title holder, really, really close for Jason Christie. Went up north a few years ago, did all he could do to and both of these guys with a lot of good history catching smallmouth. And so it's going to be very interesting. But the one thing that you noticed there, looking at the point separation, if Seth Feider keeps catching them,
stretch, and I'm not,
these guys, they've got too much separation.
So, gonna go try to catch one that I found in practice that's on bed, and then just gonna go fishing. Gotta find something new. I'm just not seeing any big ones other than, there's a area back there that has a bunch of big ones on it, but they're smart. I'm gonna fish down this. I stopped right up here yesterday. I caught a 4-pounder and then I left going this way. So I'm gonna fish down here until I quit seeing holes and then do something different. Not something different, probably just in a different area. Gotta go back and check those frogfish, make sure they don't eat in that, around lunchtime.
So that is a great shot right there. You can see those holes and those sandy spots. That is not as easy to find here on Guntersville as it is some other lakes that you have more rock on, and that'll create those holes. But if you can find that this time of year, that's where a lot of your bluegill are bedding, and it's usually good area to catch some quality fish that are up there spawning, and then the other post-spawn fish will be up cruising around feeding on the bluegill.
Beautiful, beautiful Humminbird bird's eye view. And I would imagine, and we're seeing it right here, this is the perfect conditions for a day like this, just because it allows those visual targets to be more visual.
Absolutely. Yesterday, if you knew where those fish were, you had found them in practice. Finding an inside line like this is And people that have fished Guntersville will understand what I'm saying. Finding an inside line like this it's not real easy on Guntersville, because normally most areas the vegetation goes all the way up to the shoreline, and having these holes, it's not easy to find. But if you locate those in practice, even with the strong east wind that we had yesterday, you fish those moving baits and you can catch some of those fish. But to look at these places a day like today is absolutely perfect.
Jason Christie currently sitting in 4th place and slowly creeping up that Angler of the Year leaderboard. Man, it is really, I know everybody wants to anoint Seth Feider, but man, today is so important for him to make sure he gets inside this cut, because it's like watching a race where a horse had a giant lead, but man, you see those other horses and they are gaining momentum, and the question is, can he fight off, their press?
And Seth's having a great tournament. Unofficially, we just saw that he's bass tracking like 17th place, but Jason Christie in 4th place, he makes up 13 points, even though Seth's having a good tournament. And you start making up 13 points, 15 points, 12 points, maybe 20 points. It doesn't take many tournaments to be right there.
Cool story that happened after his win in the Sabine River. One of the coolest things, Jason Christie, we talk about him like he's this Clint Eastwood-esque character, but man, he, like Clint Eastwood is, I'm sure, he's kind of a big teddy bear outside of that. Had this kid come up to him, did not know him, 8 or 9 years old. I think his name was Jack, if I remember correctly. And Jack had won the local tournament they had there. It wasn't even a pond tournament. It was in the catfish, pool that they had at the venue. So Jack had won it, and Jason Christie wins the Elite Series event, and he walks right up and he says, "Hey, will you sign my trophy?" And of course, Jason signs it. But man, how cool is it? Jason Christie right away said, "Man, if I signed your trophy, how about you let me sign mine?" And
wow.
Jack signed Jason Christie's trophy right there. And
that's awesome.
A cool thing for Christie, but that is something that Jack will never forget.
Never forget.
Way better than the first time I met Pete Rose, let me tell you. Let's not get into that, though, Davey. You know who I miss?
Who do you miss, Dave?
I miss the prodigy. Brandon Polinick. We talked about paper tournaments, and really he's living that, because he looks good sitting in 3rd today. But, man, it was right down to the wire yesterday.
Yeah, I talked to Brandon a little bit yesterday, and he didn't have a whole lot. Let's just put it at that. He didn't have a whole lot at about this time yesterday, and then went on a flurry. And hopefully that's going to happen for him again today, because he's sitting about where he was yesterday. 2 fish.
I can't be a bass.
Here he is hooked up.
Oh, boy.
I got a carp or a catfish or something. That's not a bass. I can't even move it. Yeah, it's like I hooked a giant carp or something. If it was a bass, it would have started coming up to jump. Drumskis. Oh, Captain Drum. Right under the noggin. Those guys out there are like, "Oh my gosh, he's got a giant." Get off that side. Well, we are trying to make something happen here. We're not getting our timing down or something. Been seeing some schools of fish without being able to get them to bite. I don't know what the deal is. I mean, there's less wind, and I think they're even pulling less current today. And I'm by no means a offshore Tennessee River guru, but that usually doesn't lead to good things. But we still haven't hit the main school where I caught most of my fish yesterday. We're gonna make a run up there here shortly and check those ones and just see, but it's like I'm seeing fish, but man, when they don't want to bite, they just don't. And then when you get them going, you'll catch them every cast. But until you get that to happen, nothing. So we still got lots of time though. I mean, other than the one big glide bite I had yesterday,
Polnick has rode a fine line here, and he is riding it again here today, Davey. He definitely is 2 fish in the live well at this point in the day. It seems like, boy, you're playing with fire, so to speak. But if anybody can pull it out just like he did yesterday, Brandon Polnick certainly can. Unbelievable. Calm under pressure. I mean, I remember that stands out to me from his 2017 Angler of the Year run, man. How often it would literally be an hour left and he'd need another fish or 2 fish, but man, has pulled it out up till this point. Can it continue on? Only the top 48 will continue on here in this tournament. Well, speaking of our tops, there's the top 10 right there. And oh, look at the bottom right there sneaking up there. Kyle Welcher, every time we're here, he's in the mix. Never been out of our top 10 in Angler of the Year. I know he's only been here 2 years, but man, watch that kid continue to climb because nothing changes at the very top. Really, Caleb Kufal it's over, really, isn't it? I think, maybe.
The Berkley Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, and by Nitro Boats.
The final event in our southern swing here in the birth state of Bass, Alabama. We are in Scottsboro, Alabama here this week for the Berkley Bassmaster Elite. And Davey Height, you look at that leaderboard. I mean, would we need to just give him the trophy? Is it over?
No, it's far from over. Officially, it's not even halftime. A lot of our viewers, I'm sure, just don't think about this is a 4-day event, and it's not even halftime, technically. You know, we're just at lunchtime on halfway through the second quarter is the way I like to put it. And it's great to see him having a big lead. I would be willing to bet he does not maintain that 10-pound lead through Sunday.
Let's roll over to the first Canadian to ever win an Elite Series event and currently sitting in 11th here in this event. Wow.
I don't know if he'll help or not.
Seeing Chris Johnston catch most of his fish on a drop shot, but that's certainly not a drop shot there. He knows a little bit about frogging into pads.
Man, look at that eat.
That's a good strike there for Chris Johnston, mixing it up. Once the sun gets up high, he's been starting off both mornings. I've seen where he started, fishing deeper with a drop shot. The shad spawn actually went away earlier this morning, probably because of lack of wind, but starts mixing it up. He and his brother Corey said there's a lot of fish up shallow cruising around these brim beds and still some fish on the bed. So this looks like a post-spawn fish is probably up there cruising around feeding on those bluegill. Topwater frog is always a good choice.
And just when we start talking about all his finesse prowess, he proves just how versatile he is. And really, him and his brother, a major reason they're so versatile is that they grew up on a chain of lakes. Rice, Shamong, Buckhorn, Pigeon, all these lakes look just like this.
Hooked up again.
Wow.
Come on. Oh, it's a good one.
Real good one here.
Come on.
Get this one in the boat. He's not going to be in 11th anymore, I guarantee you.
It's a giant.
Big fish here.
Yeah, baby. That's what we're after.
Wow.
Whew. That's a stud. The old Spro popping frog. You get that one?
Fish could very well have been on the bed. That fish is not spawned. Probably
that one goes a long ways.
He's about to make a giant call.
He said it right. That one goes a long way. Big fat pre-spawn. Look like a 5-pounder.
At least. Look at this.
Wow. Great camera work there. That's awesome. You know, as a tournament fisherman, you have to love to just catch bass, put them in a live well, take them to scales. But there's something special about topwater, and there's something even more special about braided line, lily pads, thick, heavy cover, catching these bigger fish. It's what we get up early in the morning for.
And hey, you go back to the Johnston family reunion and you look through pictures over the years, man, that scene right there, watching him stand there, that could be Tri-Lakes, that could be Buckhorn, all of these lakes they grew up in. That's Pigeon Lake. I mean, they are just as adept at doing this as they are at fishing the St. Lawrence River.
Wow. That fish is bigger than 5 pounds.
He's not in 11th anymore. Rockets all the way up into 3rd place with that fish. And, man, it becomes even more important that Seth Fider continues to catch him because the Wolves are charging.
They certainly are. That's a huge move by Chris Johnston. And Seth Fider knows, just like every bass fisherman on the planet, Chris Johnston's probably not someone you want chasing you down for AOI on the northern swing.
Oh,
hooked up again.
That was a giant. Brag. Oh, man. Did you see that thing?
I was trying to find you. I couldn't find it.
Oh. Did you hear it? That was a giant.
So you think these fish are bedding, Dave?
On the bed. I really do. I mean, it's the perfect depth. It's the perfect cover. And that fish, you know, certainly didn't appear to have spawned the way it was filled out. Yep.
Not as big as the last one, but... Little guy. Man, I just missed a giant.
And I know a lot.
I got a hook in him.
You might be thinking, and some of our viewers, well, that's 3 fish on the bed. I've seen as many as 6 largemouth on one bed. I mean, it's not unheard of to see multiple fish on a bed. Now, I'm not saying that, especially if he keeps catching them here, but I can't tell you how many times I've seen more than 2 bass on one bed. Be several males with one big female.
Big moves from Chris Johnston and big moves with big bites, giant bites like this right here.
Yeah, this is huge for Chris Johnston here. Fish looks, the more I looked at it, at least 6 pounds, and it moved him up to 3rd place, but angler of the year point so big this time of the year.
So huge, and the finesse fishing freak of Puff proves that he's more than a one-trick pony. Not that we needed that proved once again, but Chris Johnston in the mix of things in a big, big way in third place in this tournament.
Baby.
And continues to assault our Angler of the Year leaderboard. Look out, after this we head north. But man, a lot of fishing ahead here today. Our leaderboard continues to tighten everywhere but spot number 1. Can anyone chase him down? A lot of fishing ahead here at the Berkley Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville, the 7th stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series.
You're watching live coverage of the Berkley Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville, sponsored by TH Marine.
More than half the way through with our second day of fishing the Berkley Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville. Full field out there, 98 anglers gunning for 48 spots, and a huge lead still held by Caleb Kufal, who's from Mukwonago, Wisconsin, right on the outer loop of Milwaukee there. But he's fished, he's won in Alabama. This is the 3rd time to fish Guntersville in 14 months, including a top 20 finish at the Bassmaster Classic. So he's got some credentials here. A lot of other movers on our leaderboard as well, Z, including Chris Johnston.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Tommy Sanders, and correct me if I'm wrong, but Mukwonago right around the corner from Wabanon, Wisconsin. Taking a look at Canada's Chris Johnston starting on a cool little hard spot this morning right next to Lee Livesey, living with the Robo Warm Color Morning Dawn, something we've seen so many times here before on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And you kind of listen to Chris Johnston after the weigh-in yesterday, and he was vocal about it this morning. Just want to get around that 12 to maybe 13-pound mark on that little offshore spot, and call it more of a secondary offshore spot. But during our break, big shots from the Canadian Chris Johnston, getting to work with a frog, catching a nice one here. And boy, just really slow and steady. And this tournament was talked about, could you win this tournament doing one thing? Well, it's being dominated by Caleb Kufal, living with a flipping stick. Chris Johnston definitely changing tactics, doing a lot of different things here on Lake Guntersville. Gonna get out with Chris Johnston live with a really big last hour. I know you've been waiting for a frog by Tommy Sanders. Well, here you go.
That last one was put in at 4.8. I think it was all of that.
I think we have a little bit of that going on Bass Track today, kind of across the board potential.
Once in a while, that'll happen.
All right. Go.
Chris Johnston, as pointed out by Dave and Davey just moments ago, certainly putting himself ever more prominent in the Bassmaster Angler of the Year race as well. Something else to keep an eye on. How Seth Feider's doing today. We're keeping up with all those issues.
Yeah, and I think really all eyes on for the rest of the day on Bass Track. Let's just keep our eye on young Patrick Walters. He has had a painful grind. Good day one. Painful grind.
Currently the first man out of the cut if it were to end right now, 49th place. That's where he ended at Neely, and it hurt him bad. Shut him out of gaining points on day 3.
Exactly my point, Ron.
I see what you're putting out.
Yeah, Feider went from 4 to 41-point lead in AOI.
Caleb here. We mentioned there's one in Alabama, one on Smith Lake. BassPro.com Bassmaster event. That's how he landed here.
And I believe we
a couple of years ago
really got to know him last
June.
Last year at Lake Eufaula.
Yeah, a good tournament, Lake Eufaula.
I believe his win was in April.
The open
He's
win?
doing well. Yep. Guntersville here in May, and then, yeah, like you said, Z, the only one who survived shallow primarily at Eufaula last June.
Really, Caleb Kufal's two-prong approach, 3/4 ounce weight in that milfoil bed that he's fishing early in the day, going to a really more of a standard punch rig, ounce to 1.5 ounces punch weight. Really, the whole story will be, I think, for Caleb Kufal, obviously not getting a lot of bites doing this, the standard punch-in, typical Lake Guntersville stuff. How does that milfoil bay hold up to the throttling that it has received the first 2 days of this tournament? Chris Johnston getting a lot of blow-ups where he's at.
Come on, fish. Eat it. No, but he didn't like explode on it. He just took it.
That wasn't even on the, not sure if that was
See that one blow up in the pads right there?
I think I was just coming over
Hopefully he eats this. Come on, buddy.
one of those weeds. Felt like a bite.
Chased under there. They're chasing bluegills under those pads. There's a whole school of them, must be. They're doing the same thing in practice. Low voltage. Good. We're good.
I'll tell you who it's been a slow day for so far, Brandon Polinick. Actually behind schedule. He had 3 bass yesterday at this time, but made a strong push now till weigh-in.
Get it. Stay on there. We'll just ski him in. keep. He will keep. Hopefully that's a sign of good things to come. I caught him every cast here for 20 minutes yesterday. It's a little one, but it's healthy.
Well, there's number 3 for Brandon Pauling. Don't count him out yet. As we say, one of our anglers, one of our only three, who managed 20 pounds on day number 1. And as you mentioned, Mark Zona, he got it mostly done in the latter part of the day. So keep your eye on that guy.
Yeah, if you really watch Bass Track on day number 1, now till, about 2:30 Eastern, and a little bit later than that, there was some major shots from guys that we have cameras with today.
48, that's the spot you got to be in. 48 or better if you want to fish tomorrow, the semifinal round here on Lake Guntersville. Kelly J, the Alabaman, is on the cusp right now. We'll be back.
You're watching live coverage of the Berkley Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville, sponsored by TH Marine.
Still plenty of fishing time left on this day. Plenty of hope for these 98 anglers, 48 of whom alone will go into the semifinal round. Caleb Kufal, nothing's changed there. Still a giant lead at the top of the leaderboard. Big move in the last 30, 40 minutes from Chris Johnston out there in the lily pads, catching a giant and following it up with a 3-pounder as well. And just a lot of stuff going on out here today. Lots of movement up and down, but Caleb Kufal has been steady as we head into our Yamaha midday report. And Z, why don't we take a look at the guy who's looking for 2 top 10s in a row. Went top 10 last week here in Alabama, or 2 weeks ago here in Alabama.
Exactly right. Todd Auten did a lot of his damage yesterday. Kind of a shad spawning gig going on in the morning for him. Caught the bulk of his weight on day number 1 in about a 20-minute flurry, spinnerbaiting around boat docks, bridges, bridge pilings. A little bit slower for Todd Auten, but a couple good bites will get him back up. But what's interesting to note, a lot of what Todd Auten has put in his live well so far has really come on a lipless crankbait when that wind picked up earlier today. But Todd Auten still sitting on 4 bass in his live well.
Well, the veteran Todd Auten, let's go to the rookie now, Brian New, making a great campaign to be Rookie of the Year, locked in a race with KJ Queen. Great day 1 and a good start today 2.
Yeah, big time fireworks. Daddy's got a lot of ground to make up, coming from behind all morning long. Brian New probably caught more fish just watching Bass Track than any other angler in the field. Fishing relatively close, like a lot of our contingency in the top 20 to our takeoff right around Goose Pond. And kind of like Caleb Kufal yesterday, landing on him earlier today.
Been a good long while since his last keeper. Brian New having a bit of a slow period of time here as we got into the midday part of this day number 2. Let's get out to Jason Christie. Spent a lot of time out there with Jason Christie today, Z.
Yeah, exactly right. And you're looking at that area where he caught him frogging on day number 1, started off there today. And he said, really, the biggest problem in that area, that water is so clear. He said there is a 20 to 23 pound bag in there, but they are very wired out with the clear water. After that bite right there, Jason Christie getting to work with a weightless stick bait wacky rig. And Jason Christie, good numbers, really good numbers. Just needs one big bite to rise him up the standings, just like Chris Johnston. And one of the things that you're watching with Jason Christie, not fishing very far from the takeoff and getting a lot of bites, made the comment he might go back to that frogging area. Literally said yesterday he thought they were carp blowing up in those mats. And realized they were largemouth. A lot of what Jason Christie has in his live well coming on that Yum Dinger. Very, very finesse style approach, fishing bluegill beds and beds.
Christie listed in 5th place right now. 2nd place is Chris Johnston. We just mentioned a few minutes ago he had a big surge in the last 40 minutes or so.
Yeah, and really Chris Johnston just slow and steady, starting off on a Little secondary offshore spot right next to Lee Livesey. Drop shot roboworm color Morning Dawn. Yesterday, he did not go shallow very long, said he really didn't want to burn these fish right here. Chris Johnston said he has no lack of shallow water areas. Starting to press it a little bit more, catching that big one during our midday break when Davey and Dave Mercer were up. Whew. Nice pre-spawn looking fish right there for Chris Johnston.
Followed it up with this one. Went in at about 3 pounds, so a good solid move into second place. But still, pretty good deficit, 8.5 pounds plus behind our leader, Caleb Kufal. As you say, just sticking with what has got him here, Z.
Exactly right. 3/4 ounce tungsten weight, Zoom Z-Hog soft plastic. You can see a lot more company in that area today. Corey Johnston, Shane LaHue, Matt Herron, some of the best shallow water guys in the field. And Caleb Kufal said there was no way he could leave that area yesterday or this morning. Said he didn't want to press him as hard as he did, but he also knew if he left that area, that little 100-yard radius stretch would get throttled. Not as big a stringer, but definitely got the job done so far. I'm going to say Caleb Kufal stayed there till about 10:30 this morning. So he went up the lake, caught this fish that would call for him.
There's a look at the 6 anglers we've been with all day long here, including Brandon Polinick. That's kind of even behind schedule from a sort of a late starting day yesterday, but he's hooked up again.
I can see him up there.
Nope, it's good.
Getting word right now that Polinick is fishing the region that he did work late in the day yesterday from his cameraman Russ. Appreciate that heads up.
Got a 6-pounder from another Brandon Card. Had a 3-fish first day. Got 13 on the day with 4 fish. He's very hopeful he'll need close to 20 pounds to probably get inside the cut.
Yeah, I had a
get it
bad time of it yesterday. Here we go.
Stay on there. We'll just ski him in. Not a big one, but he'll keep. He will keep. Hopefully that's a sign of good things to come. I caught him every cast here for 20 minutes yesterday. It's a little one, but he's healthy. Two and a quarter.
Polinick hoping to ignite something late, as he did yesterday. Been watching this scene a lot this morning. Incredibly clear water, these brim beds. Bluegill beds for Jason Christie with some bass around.
Right. A little bit of mix of a bass bed and a bluegill bed going on there. And that's the one thing that Steve Kennedy said. He said, man, those bright spots stick out like a sore thumb when you get in the right area. Good look at that shredded, cut up eelgrass right there.
Buddy Gross, 4.5 pounder. He's on 16 pounds on the day, 10th place.
They're hitting me, one of the two. But if they're hitting me, they're not getting it. That one got it though. He doesn't feel very big though. He's not. I don't know if he'll keep. Where's the big ones at? Where's the big ones at? Oh, he's short.
Most of
Yesterday it was
Pollinix
like
damage yesterday.
2 3/4 to 4.5 pounders. That's a better one there.
Rapala DT 14 and 16.
Gosh, he's way out there. He's not that big, he's just way out there. Try to keep him up to not bring the school with him. Gosh, they're all little ones today. Dang it. Same size. I mean, they're fired up. But they need to be the right size. Come on. I thought that was a better one. He's just out there with his mouth open. I see him up there. I could probably slide just a hair closer, but I don't want him. Prefer not to pull him out to the boat.
Boy, if Pollinix figures out how to get something going in the morning.
I'm not getting it like they were yesterday.
Which is peculiar, Z, because that's when a lot of guys do their work, and then when they fizzle out, not saying Brian News fizzled out, but we saw his giant morning, Schlapper's giant morning, and then nothing the rest of the day. The fact that he only catches them late is interesting.
Be a big one. He's about the same size, isn't he? Dang it. He might keep. Man, they're all clones though. They'll keep. Just a 2-pounder. How come the big ones aren't here? It's a lot of work for 2-pounders. It doesn't feel very big though. It feels tiny actually. You're kind of fighting funny. Is he a little tiny one? Yep, they've all turned into 2-pounders. Yesterday, they were all 2 3/4 to 4.5. Oh. He touches. Oh, weigh that one. Huh? Yeah. He touched. He's not very big. 169. This is true. It's better than the 2 I rolled up here with. This one on that side. He's our smallest. Okay. Nothing but bigs. I mean, it's super fun. They're out here now, a lot of them. Oh, I missed that one. got that one though. That feels a little better. Yeah, there we go. That's more like it. Stay on there. Oh, come on. It's a little better. A little bit better. .242. Get rid of number 5. Just gotta keep rolling and hope they get bigger.
Now has nothing less than 2 pounds in his live well. He just basically got rid of the last one he added to his total. That 1.69, he said, that 1 pound 9 ouncer.
Good flurry right there for Brandon Polinick, and ahead back up the lake right now, Chris Johnston.
And even if it is a small 12-pound bag or so for Brandon Polinick,
if that was a bass that friggin' blew up there, it is a giant.
It's basically a 7-pound addition.
A little one. They're chunks. We just saw a giant chase something in there, but it wasn't this guy. I don't think he'll help us.
Second place right now for Chris Johnston. When he arrived here in the Elite Series in 2019, he was immediately impressed by the crowds and the competition.
This is my 3rd year fishing the Bassmaster Elite Series. I fished some other circuits. Always thought about fishing the Elite Series, just didn't know if I had the time to qualify, and I ended up getting here, and it was the best choice I ever made. The crowds are unbelievable, and what really topped it off for me was when I went to Waddington, New York on the St. Lawrence River, and to see the fans there, all the Canadians traveling across the border, that's just second to none, and you don't get that anywhere else. It kind of sends goosebumps down your spine when you're weighing in and you got 5,000 people cheering for you.
You're watching live coverage of the Berkley Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville, sponsored by TH Marine.
For the early flights in our full field of 98 anglers, just about, well, a little over 2 hours fishing time left here in the Berkley Bassmaster Elite. Day 2 at Lake Guntersville. You see the top has not changed. Caleb Kufal right on top. Chris Johnston surging pretty well. And during the past hour, Palmer, Polinick, we saw how fast he could put a limit in the boat, especially if he got on a bigger size class of fish. But there's the scary part of that leaderboard right there. 48th place. You got to be in 48th or better. You see Patrick Walters down there in 51st place. That's kind of critical for him. Jamie Hartman, a former champ here. Yeah, that's pretty scary. You got time, though. You have time. You got 2 hours to get it done. We've seen how fast it can get done with Polinick just a few minutes ago.
It's beyond scary. It's terrifying. Tommy Sanders going to get on the water right now with Steve Kennedy. And a little bit slow for Steve, kind of trying to rebound. Lost one big one, kind of rattled him out for a while.
They got it. I'm not believing that. Are you believing that? Secret weapon. Get him in the boat. We can go play some more. I hope he's gonna keep. He's coming in the boat. I think he's gonna make it. It's been a tough morning. It's been a really tough morning. Easy keeper. It says 115. So we got a little one over here and a little one here. Come on. That's 5.
That's right.
That's 5. Nothing special. Certainly not my 19 pounds from yesterday, but maybe we figure something out with this. Because I actually sight fished that one. Not on a bed. Not on a bass bed. Oh, there's one. I see one now. Which way is he going?
Notice Steve Kennedy's really downscaled. Doing a lot of his work with a reaction innovation sweet beaver yesterday and earlier today.
Dude, you may be onto something.
Downscaling into what looked like a trick style worm. Trick worm style. Sorry, Tommy.
Yeah.
I'm trying.
Come on. We're gonna flip him. Another 2-pounder. This is getting fun. Maybe we can do this all day. It's fun when you can see them and catch them. $115. I think my little one's in here.
Tiny one or something?
Bite windows open from 15 to 20 feet to 15 to 20 inches all at the same time.
Catch one like Jay Yellis, though. He just landed a 413, or 25th fish over 4 pounds today.
It's definitely cool. He fought so weird. Probably the biggest one I got.
That's nice.
Not quite, but it's like another 3/4 of a pound. 2 3/4. Not quite a 3-pounder. I'll get rid of that one though. All right, come on.
Pretty long
right
lull,
after
Scott
you get one to
Martin's
bite,
culling, but only ounces.
Worse than that is breaking off a 6-pounder that eats. I just had like a little nick in my line there that I did not like. Mess going on. This is what we've been trying to do all day. I just can't get any other places to get them to bite. It's like they're out there, but they're so dependent on current. And who knows, like I didn't show up to this place till 1:30 yesterday.
Back to Jason Christie. A little bit of breeze starting to blow a bit more insistently this afternoon.
He threatened he was going to go back to that frogging area.
He did.
That is what he's done. If you really look at our unofficial top 10 now, cool thing going into semifinal Saturday, it really is the guys that have lived shallow against the offshore anglers that had kind of sustained that shallow water blow yesterday. But that's going to be a really cool thing to have those guys on camera and really see if, with the really warming temps, how many fish come offshore throughout the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of these guys that have caught them offshore, guys like Scott Martin, Brandon Polinick, they've done it really without the benefit of current. Every time that we're here and they're generating current offshore, you see those fish kind of condense together. They set up, they feed a lot better. What they caught offshore, they did without moving water.
Well, see, what's that going to do the next 2 days of getting warmer and bluebird skies and, I mean, a whisper of wind, maybe. It's going to be very cold.
Praying the locals run their air conditioning, Such.
Yeah. I think they also ran a lot of water out of this place at the end of last week, too. So it's
yes,
that's what's been. You think of this always as a big rolling place, and it's just not doing it this week.
In all honesty, though, Tommy, talking to Alex Davis, who fishes here every day, is this is like the week. That mass wave that came shallow late was 3 weeks ago. This should be the time. Like one of these days is when, those bigger groups get out there and feed. But you hear guys like Polinick saying, man, I've got other schools located, but without that water moving at all, they're just not firing. The other thing about it is those offshore spots are not secrets anymore. They are known areas, just like Kentucky Lake. 15 years ago, yeah, there was offshore areas that didn't get pounded, but these jewels offshore on Guntersville, they get throttled every hour on the hour.
Yeah, technology pressure, it's all part of the same package that changes the place from year to
it's
year.
Called waypoint pressure.
Waypoint pressure, yeah. How about some Striker Daily Trivia to cleanse the palate here as we head into the final hours of fishing here? Guntersville related? Well, let's find out. How many elite rookies made last year's championship Saturday top 10 at Guntersville?
Don't get away, Ronnie.
2020 elite event at Guntersville. How many rookies were in that top 10 for championship Saturday? I'd forgotten that we had championship Saturday on that. Was it 2? Was it 3? Was it 4? Was it 5? Use all your fingers, see if you can come up with the answer to that one. We'll be back.
You're watching live coverage of the Berkley Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville, sponsored by TH Marine.
Had a great swing through Texas that wrapped up about 4 weeks ago. We're headed back, though, to the Lone Star State for the first time. The Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, presented by Hook, will present itself in fabulous Fort Worth, Texas, a.k.a. Cowtown. What a great destination, great sports town, fun place to visit, and Lake Ray Roberts will be the venue for these anglers who are going to be looking for the big ones for 3 days, June 11th, 12th, and 13th. Brand new Dickies Arena will be the locale for the weigh-ins. It's just a very convenient place and brand new, got everything you want in a classic. So close, so close. Let's Circle back to our Striker Daily Trivia right now. How many elite rookies in last year's championship Saturday, top 10 at Guntersville? Was it just 2? Was it 3, 4, or as many as 5? Z, what do you think?
Tommy, number one, I hope you are going to bring it because you've talked a big game about knowing the steak restaurants at that classic. I hope you're going to fill us in on that. I had argued with either 3 or 4, and I'm actually going to try to name them. Are you ready?
Okay.
Yeah. I'm going to go with Kyle Welcha. I'm going to go with Wes Logan.
Sure.
And I'm going to throw out Bob Downey, B3.
Okay, 3. I'm going to say 4. I'll go 4.
I'm going with 3 with Z, but I saw your eyes glance down at a piece of paper that I feel like you might have had the results printed out or written out. No.
Ding, 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 ding.
It was his
ding.
fantasy pick, Ronnie. It was his fantasy pick.
Hey, where did they finish, Z? 4th, 5th, and 6th is correct.
Get that out of here.
Get the camera away from me.
We're gonna screenshot your eyes, look in your pupils, and take a screenshot of what was on your screen in that moment. I know what tabs you have open there.
Pretty easy forensic.
You know, I'll tell you something. A fishing rod, it's like a magic wand. And I've been waving that stick.
All right, okay.
What? What?
It's 3. Okay, Kyle Welcher, Bob Downey, you were exactly right.
Nailed it, Z.
3 is the number.
Bob Downey. Actually, that is the first one I did not cheat on.
Guaranteed you cheated on it. There's your Seagar rookie watch, talking about those rookies, and KJ Queen. What a great season, great last couple of events he has had here. KJ Queen, Brian New, just incredible. Started his elite career with a win, so that's a rookie splash for sure right there. Matt Robertson doing very well. Joshua Straisner, Alabama guy, out the top 4 in that race here. They just seem to get more and more sophisticated, better experience, each successive crop of rookies on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Huge jump for Justin Hamner today after being in the 80s yesterday. Jumped up. We have 3 rookies right now in the top 20 on Bass Track with Queen, New, and Hamner. Trying to make it. We at one point this season had 6 or 7 anglers on the rookie watch in the classic cut line.
How about a big fish alert?
Okay, how about Wes Logan catching a 6-pounder, Z?
Wow.
Thanks for the intro.
I love stealing your thunder suit.
Thanks a lot. Look at his bag he's got there. 20 pounds, 4 ounces.
Wow.
He's right near Scott Martin. There's the 2.
We were talking about anglers that are really poor at putting their Bass Track weights accurately. I'm going to say that Wes Logan is very poor at judging his practice because he always has a terrible one, yet he has been catching them a lot lately. And so we're going to have him stop poor-mouthing his practices.
Yeah, Jason Christie has been doing that a lot. Oh, hang on, his entire career.
As far as unknowns go, we saw Lee Livesey fishing next to Chris Johnston this morning. I think Lee did not have a marshal in there.
Right, he's off.
I don't see any numbers for him, so we'll kind of keep him in mind, see if he's been able to engineer something today.
Inputting fish, no. It's a handful like that today.
Yeah, Kyle Monty without a marshal, Gerald Swindle, Randy Pearson, Quentin Capo, Tyler Rivette, and Lee Livesey.
It almost seems like that bite for Steve Kennedy, Sancho, has kind of gone away a little bit. He said he saw so many big ones up shallow yesterday. And granted, he said, look, man, there is a really fine line between catching 12 and a half pounds here and catching 20. He said, but he got to look at multiple 20-pound stringers yesterday at the shallow.
certainly way off his pace from yesterday when he had 19 plus. Christie staying backed off from his place a little bit, talking about the difficulty in staying far enough away in these conditions we have right now. A little more wind now, though. So.
Can you hear me chewing?
Yeah, Christie said it was horrifying, just horrifying, when he thought those were carp yesterday morning blasting, thought they were spawning in that grass right there. He said it took him about 15 minutes to realize they were all bass busting shad through that real thick grass, shad and bluegill.
It's not good. My cap got.
Just had the rookie watch. New's position today. New and Queen are in the top 10, but Queen is actually, if you look at the far right on Bass Track, he's 20th in AOY, and New is now back in 18th. And Seth Fighter has done his job, and if Walters stays down there, he'll gain on him.
I didn't
but
look at all this, man.
Christie and Palaniuk will gain on Fighter.
Chris Johnston.
There's your TH Marine Weather Watch for tomorrow, heading into the first really hot weekend of the year, which is kind of unusual for this part of the country, but that's the way it's been this very lingering spring. And Sunday even warmer, 91 degrees. Only down to 63 at night, mostly sunny. I'm assuming that wind is going to continue to diminish day to day.
Yeah. That'll be an interesting Angler of the Year race going up north, because obviously Seth Fighter, a great smallmouth fisherman, but you throw some Palaniuk, Christie, Chris Johnston in there, all three of those have major titles on smallmouth.
Yeah,
multiple.
Chris Johnston started this event 76 points behind Fighter, so he's going to make up 20-ish, 30-ish. Who knows where Fighter's going to finish?
And it's important to know that when you look at the unofficial AOY after a day of competition, comparing what it actually means and what it looks like it means, with Palaniuk being 42 points behind Seth Fighter right now, that is after yesterday's points accumulated unofficially. And so that means Palaniuk can give a lot of points back starting the day in third place, whereas Fighter in 24th has the opportunity to maybe gain 10 or 12 spots without even making the cut. And so the pressure's on guys like Johnston, Christie, and Palaniuk to stay in that top 10. If they were to fall out today or tomorrow and not make the final day, then they're only giving points back to that unofficial total. So Fighter at least should have probably a 40 to 50 point lead at the end of minimum.
Ronnie, I think Christie nailed it. I believe it was last tournament. He said, we're starting to wind down to the end of the season. We just need Seth Fighter to somehow stumble at this point.
At what point, Z, you've been around the elites for a long time, so has Tommy. At what point is Seth Fighter's season one of the best, if not the best? His worst finish is 29th this year. 29th. I remember in 2016 when Gerald Swindle won Angler of the Year, his lowest was 40th. And for Fighter to have as many top 10s as he has had and his lowest finishes be in the 20s, I don't know how many times that's been done if he keeps that up.
What one comes back the most is the Aaron Martins one, where when we went to St. Clair, it was done.
Oh, yeah, or 15 the year.
That's
Yeah,
when it,
yep.
You know, that's when it was just a celebration of Aaron all week long because it was over. You know, and we talked about it that year. Really, the other factor that you start to get into is when you go to bodies of water like we're going to. There's always that mechanical issue when you're beating the heck out of your boat the entire week. So and look, that's another factor for a grebe factor.
Is it? Is it really?
Tommy, that's what I've tried to tell you. I've tried to teach you all year long. It's exactly what that was.
Still sort of trying to sort that out.
It's the great blue grebe.
Well, you know, keeping the bad numbers off of your card is a big part of winning that award. And man, yeah, it's one of the best efforts I've ever seen in that respect, for sure.
Yeah, and because you also have to look at a great Angler of the Year season, it's twofold. What did the winners season look like? Plus, what did second and beyond season look like? They can struggle, and you have a giant Angler of the Year lead, but you have slipped or fallen here or there, but it hasn't been that bad for Fighter to have not slipped, and to have a guys like Walters and Mosley with numerous top tens right this season, and they're still 50 points behind. It's incredible.
It's one stumble.
And this year, I don't know if it matters at all. I don't think so. But one thing that's different is we've always gone St. Lawrence River and then Lake Champlain. This year, it'll be opposite.
Flip-flop, yeah.
So it'll be ending with those Johnston boys home, even though Fighter's done great there.
Those are two really goofy events for the simple fact that we're laid up here in the north like they're laid on Lake Guntersville. And generally speaking, when you are in the month of July, the fish are very, very scattered out. For the most part, a lot of them are done spawning. I don't think that's going to be the case. I do think the smallies will weigh a little bit lighter than usual, especially on Champlain. July's the month where they're at their lightest weight, late June into July. But I honestly think when we get to St. Lawrence, there's a pretty good shot you're going to be able to eye spy whether they're spawning or still up there in that zombie mode cruising around. I think there's going to be a lot of fish to be caught shallow this time around.
Austin Felix, big bass, 5 pound, 5 ounces, up to 15 on the day.
You know, one of the things calling out Mike McInnes, executive producer, and you, Ronnie, saying that you saw me looking down at my iPad during the break. Look, man, I'm in a bedroom. I have nowhere to look. Like there's.
We'll see. I wanted to bring it in and look at something I observed when I looked down at my sheet of paper, and it was Lake Guntersville, the playing field we've been to. What is this? The 26th time we've been to for Bassmaster events, and the 8th or 9th time for Elite Series events. We've had classics here as well. And there's a lot of places that factor, and you've discussed a lot of those, Z, the North Saudi, those regions like that. But this fishery, for being as big as it is, for being as popular as it is, if you're from California or Canada, you know about Guntersville and the specifics of it, even if you've never fished there, which makes it interesting when you look at the way some of our tournaments have lined out, that they've been won in different areas. And the last 5 times we've been there, 2 classics and now 3 past Elite Series events, I've circled kind of the regions that they've been won in. We know All Reds is great, Seabold's great, North Saudi, South Saudi, all of that in between. But we see in February at the Classic in 14, 1 in Spring Creek. You see March at the Classic in 2020, Browns Creek. You see April for the Elite Series, 1 in the Town Creek region. And then you see June, that Miracle Mile, Jamie Hartman, that region. And then when we get into the fall, October last year, even farther up the river into places that have never been explored. And so it's very interesting. February, March, April, June, and October, you work your way up the lake the way it is. So that May time period, this may be the time that Goose Pond, North Saudi, South Saudi can rise above and win, because that's one section of the lake that really hasn't had a title in the last 5 trips we've been there. It's obviously so much history. It's factored a lot. And I wanted to bring this back up. We talked about Brian New taking a shower yesterday. I did retrieve the video for you, Tommy, so you could view it.
I asked for it specifically.
Brian New just switching rods. He's got about 100 on the boat. And, but look how agile. I mean, look right back in the boat like a cat. And his marshal was, I mean, I guess trying to help him, just making sure he was okay. And there he is back up on the back deck. We'll play that one more time because, I mean, he does have one of the cleanest front decks ever for as much rods and technology as he has.
And the marshal.
And look how quick the marshal was to watch. Maybe not help, but watch.
Grab some wood, boy.
Oh, boy.
So Guntersville is a special place. A lot of places have factored. I'm excited to see if that North Saudi, South Saudi can really make it work this week.
Brian New, ladies and gentlemen. That's nothing. I do that stuff on dry land. You know, that's a big deal. Good stuff, though. Now, thank you, Ronnie. Did you freehand those drawings, by the way?
I did.
Excellent, excellent job. Dave and Dave going to pick it up when we come back from break.
The Berkley Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville is sponsored by Minn Kota, Powerpole, and by Skeeter Boats.
The sun continues to shine here on a spectacular Friday afternoon. Moving day, as Tommy Sanders always calls it. Got to be inside the top 48 here at the Berkley Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville. And speaking of our top anglers, there's your top 10. The same angler since day number 1 has sat right at the top of our leaderboard, and really nobody has threatened him to this point. But one thing we've learned every single time you come to such a legendary fishery like Guntersville is, man, this tournament is far from over. We are 2 quarters into this game, and your leader with 42 pounds, 2 ounces. But what a week it has been here this week. Let's have a look at our Humminbird Unlock the Lake. Davey Height, my partner here this week. And Davey, when you look at that, I mean, anglers spread out, fish catches spread out all over that lake.
Yeah, it's always a good sign of a great fishery when you see the fish catches coming throughout the lake. You know, this is a big lake on the Tennessee River here in Alabama, and you see fish being caught all up and down the lake. And one of our top anglers today is Brian New. He made a big move. Yesterday, he said he spent most of his time going upriver, downriver, upriver, burned like $140 worth of gas just yesterday, settled in a little bit more today, and caught some fish here, not far from where we are here at Goose Pond. But it's great to look at all these fish. You even see the weights there, some 5-pounders being caught way upriver and all the way down to the dam back there. It just shows what a great fishery we have here, Dave.
Davey, really showing how diverse, you know, the game planning is throughout the year. You know, earlier this year, you look at Orange, Texas, where you Jason Christie conserving gas, and, you know, Seth Fider staying close to home, and you see so many anglers getting it done close to home here. My question to you is, in a 4-day tournament in one of the most pressured lakes in the world, can that continue?
Well, that is my one concern. You know, the leader has been since yesterday morning. Caleb has had the lead and up to 10 pounds. Now it's tightening up just a little bit, but he's only been fishing 2 areas, and there's some other anglers there. This is one of the best places to reload, so to speak. There's lots of fish that could move back up there where he's fishing, that's flipping that shallow vegetation, but I am concerned for him that those fish will not replenish.
Well, Caleb Kufal is doing his best job to just make this boring. I mean, I'm going to knock it out and be over, but a lot of tightening happening below that first place spot, and a lot of tournament ahead of us, and one of our biggest movers today, the prodigy himself, hot off a win last week, his very first win in the Opens, which makes him, of course, our power pole replay of the day. Went on a giant run here in the last 20 minutes, and man, we've talked about it all week, Davey. It can happen quick here on Guntersville.
Brandon Polnick, one of our few anglers. In fact, I think the only angler that we have a camera with today. I'm pretty sure that caught most of his fish offshore. You see there, a DT20, he's fishing deeper. The other 5 anglers that we have cameras with today are fishing that shallow vegetation, but Brandon Polnick said he caught his fish primarily yesterday, and you see him doing the same thing here today with a DT16, a DT20, and also his Arashi glide bait that he personally designed himself. So Brandon Pollock, one of the few anglers fishing offshore. One of the great things about fishing offshore here on Guntersville, it doesn't take you long to put 5 quality fish in the live well, back-to-back cast potentially.
It doesn't take long indeed, so let's not leave him alone, and let's check in on him live right now. Brandon Pollock.
We are still sitting on our little old 12.5 pounds. Just haven't been able to get the big bites. We got that one flurry, but the flurry was all 2-pounders today instead of 3 and 4 pounders. So it could be just a timing deal. We're kind of jumping around fishing some other stuff. I'm gonna let them kind of reload up there and see if some of the bigger ones get in there a little bit later. Kind of jump around this area, hit just little high percentage places, not really anywhere where there's a school, but places where you can catch 1 or 2 and they could be big ones. A lot of people, you know, throw deep crankbaits around schools and stuff, but you can use them really well if you've got 360 to target like isolated structure and stuff.
Unfortunately, that was not gonna do it. Ate it like it was supposed to, but
see the Canadian flag on his shoulder. Big weekend in Canada, Davey. Not only is it Stanley Cup playoffs, Leafs had a tough one last night, bad blow by the Canadians, but enough about that. But it is May 2-4, which, I mean, a Canadian holiday, a long weekend named after beer. May 2-4, it's right around the 24th. I mean, that's some countries name their holidays after, you know, leaders and others beverages. I did not know that.
Holy.
I don't even know if that's the official name for it. That's what everyone calls it. But a lot of people at home will be enjoying watching Chris Johnston compete this week. And, man, just when you think he's a one-trick pony, a guy who's just, you know, the smallmouth guy, the clear water guy, you can't count these brothers out in anything. And really that's, I mean, if you're on the Elite Series, you get it, and your one-trick pony, it gets exposed in a hurry, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I can't think of anyone that's out there on the Elite Series that isn't, because to qualify to get here, you probably can't be a one-trick pony. So we certainly know that Chris and Corey Johnston are not. But.
Ooh, that's a big one. Come on. It's a giant. Oh, come on, baby. Here we go. Come on. Stay on. Come on, baby. That's the one we were looking for. Right there.
That just changed this event right there, Dave Mercer.
Rope popping frog. Whew. That'll do.
Wow.
I'm not sure if I should make any more casts in this clump, to be honest. Whew. There we go. Boom. It's the one we're after. All right. We're doing something now.
He's got 2. Two of the right ones in there. We saw him just about an hour and a half ago catch one that looked like a solid 6, and that fish looks big. Check it out again here. Does a great job landing his fish. You see, for most of the fight, he had that fish on top of the water. If you've not caught a lot of fish on a frog in the pads or in thick vegetation, if you ever get that fish up, try to bring it. Keep it up on the surface, over the top of this vegetation like he did all the way to the boat.
Unbelievable giant low right there.
2 giants, just got a piece of them there earlier. And I just come back here hoping to get one big one, and we got them. I don't know if we should make another cast or save some for tomorrow. Change colors on the frog too, give him something different.
Oh, Canada. What a May 2-4 it's going to be. I mean, the official name I've just found out is Victoria Day, so maybe it is named after a famous person. But 2-4 stands for a case of beer.
I don't know.
And moments after that, Chris Johnston catches a keg.
4 3/4.
Ooh, I think that was conservative. 4 3/4.
Always, always. He's one you. I'm gonna say we have an award this year for the closest to your bass track. I'm gonna go on record and say Chris Johnston will never ever win that award.
Do you think that's bigger than the other big one?
The other fish look pre-spawn. That fish look post-spawn. So they could be about the same size, but I'm gonna go on the record it's bigger than 4 3/4.
Yeah.
Do you know a guy that could help me out on the weigh-in stage and make sure we weigh that fish, Dave?
I will make sure. I will make sure. We will weigh that fish for sure and expose his true lies. Finding out a big week for Canada, Davey. I mean, not to go all Canadian, but I'm finding out that Canadian Corey Connor got the lead in the PGA Championship.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, our crack stat team. Mr. Sanchez sent me that, I believe, from our stat team.
You just mentioned his 2-4 day, and it motivated a few Canadians.
It's one guaranteed way to motivate a Canadian.
Did you get that blow up?
If you're Chris Johnston, David, do you lay off now, or can you lay off on Guntersville?
So it's interesting that you mentioned that because that's the first thing he said when he put the fish in the boat. I'm not so sure I should make another cast here, and I'm kind of agreeing with that. But normally what happens is let's just catch one more. That one more often turns into one more time. So it is on his mind. I don't think he'll stay here very long, but he's got to know that he's got the weight that he needs today. Hopes to get anywhere near that again tomorrow.
I can hardly see it.
Proving once again that Chris Johnston, an excellent angler, but
that's where they were.
What a great truth teller. He's talking about laying off, and it says his current weight's 14.8. There's nobody in the history of professional bass fishing, outside of maybe a tournament in Philadelphia or something like that, that has ever thought of laying off with 14.8.
At Guntersville. No, certainly not Chris Johnston.
Little one, I think. What's that? They've seen it. There's probably a couple more in there. There's definitely a couple with sore lips.
Man, the entire leaderboard continues to tighten behind one spot, and that's the first place spot. The question is, can they chase down Caleb Kufal? You see, of course, Kennedy, Johnston, and Polinick all making giant charges in the last hour, and we got a lot of fishing ahead here. This just day number 2, stop number 7 of the Bassmaster Elite Series, and unfortunately, I'm hearing from our stat team that the Canadian is no longer leading the PGA Championship. He really bogeyed a bunch of holes, and it's really, let's not bring that up, but let's hope that it stays better for Chris Johnston, because right now he's making our biggest charge on Caleb Kufal with 42 pounds, 2 ounces. Davey Hyde, who on that leaderboard stands out to you?
Well, obviously Chris Johnston, the move that he just made, you've got to think that he's the hard charger, no doubt.
Well, you got to be in the top 48 to keep your tournament alive, and we'll follow it right down to the wire here at the Bassmaster Elite at Guntersville.
You're watching live coverage of the Berkley Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville, sponsored by TH Marine.
Just a few hours of competition left here on day number 2. 7th stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series on a 69,000-acre lake here in Alabama, the biggest lake in the whole state of Alabama. Lake Guntersville, the scene of the Berkley Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville, and the top of the leaderboard, to be honest, has been a little boring. I mean, Caleb Kufal took the lead on day number 1 and has not looked back. But look at how tight 2 through 10 is. But at this time of the day, you really got to start thinking about that top 48, because if you don't get in that 48, your tournament is over. And look at right there, Davey Hyde, Patrick Walters, who came in this event in 2nd for Angler of the Year. Big implications if he can't sneak in there.
Yeah, he needs to get in there. But I will say one thing about Patrick Walters. He seems to underestimate his fish just a little bit on a very consistent basis. So maybe he is 48th or 47th in there on that cut line. But that is very critical for his chances of Angler of the Year. To be honest with you, if he does not make the cut and isn't able to fish tomorrow and make up a few points, it'd be very, very tough for him the next 2 tournaments.
But as we seem to continuously learn, it doesn't take long to make a big difference here in this tournament. And one of the big difference makers has to be our marathon peak performance of the day. Without argument, Chris Johnston. What a charge he has made. Not very honest in his weights, but look at these catches, Davey Hyde.
Yeah, Dave, I was out there this morning and actually saw Chris Johnston start where he started yesterday. The fish just weren't there. Him and Lee Livesey caught a lot of their fish yesterday on one little area fishing together, and they started there today very, very slow. He moved around a little bit, a much slower start for him this morning than yesterday morning. He had 14 pounds in the first hour. So good for Chris Johnston. He switched up, he laid the drop shot down, picked up a bait caster with 65-pound braid throwing a frog, and man, did he make up some ground in a hurry. And they just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And a lot of these fish, I think, are up there spawning in this scattered vegetation. Chris Johnston, we saw 2 different times, caught a smaller fish, like maybe a male, and then was able to throw right back in that same area and catch a big female. One of them pre-spawn, and one of them post-spawn.
Well, what a morning he has had, and what a charge he's had. But there gives you an idea of, I don't think, I mean, which one of those is correct, Davey, do you think?
Well, I know 2 that are not correct. Fish number 3 at 10:55, we were watching live when he caught it. It's more than 4 pounds, 8 ounces. And fish number 5 that we just saw him catch a few minutes ago is more than 4 pounds, 12 ounces. I think he did actually up that maybe by an ounce or 2 because he felt guilty. But come on, man.
That is a straight come on, man, right there. But let me ask you that. Davey, you know, why do this? Why does it? What is it? You would never talk to a pro baseball player and be like, go to the pitcher and be like, they are going to knock the leather off the ball. But in pro fishing, they have to downplay their weights and downplay their chances. Is it that 4-letter word that we say you should never use in fishing, luck? Is that what plays in their head?
Maybe so, maybe so. I'll have to admit I was bad about underestimating fish. You never want to be disappointed. It always wants to be, oh, wow, I only thought I had 14 pounds and I had 24. Wow, that is great. What a surprise. But for Chris, and you mentioned it a few minutes ago, he would not be wanting to lay off on Lake Guntersville with 14.5 pounds. Now, like I said, I think they have up the weight on those 2 6-pounders all the way up to 4 3/4. So we'll have fun with him this afternoon at weigh-in.
Chris Johnston has made a big charge this afternoon, but the question continues, can anybody catch Caleb Kufal, who really, I mean, I guess you think back to the Classic with Hank Cherry. I mean, he came out with that big bag on day one and defended it, but man, Guntersville is one of those lakes that traditionally you got to catch him here.
Catching him on that offshore, the spoon deal, and he's boat flipping him on that thing.
Yeah, you're right, Dave.
Yep.
Typically, Guntersville is.
I think that was.
You're not going to be able to hold off the field for 4 days.
I think Jamie Hartman won it.
And Hank Cherry, that was an exception there. Those fish were moving in. They were replenishing. I don't know if he's in these shallow grass areas, if these fish are going to replenish for him very well. I think a lot of these fish are spawning, or in his case, flipping those thicker mats, have moved up there and spawned, and then they're just post-spawn, but staying on those mats rather than going out to the ledges.
He really did not want to tell me anything on stage yesterday. I mean, it's not often I pressure a guy like that on day one, but I mean, he told us nothing all day. And then I'm hearing from even the reporters backstage. They asked him, is there anything you've learned? You were telling me the story. You and Stevie, I mean, if you anything you take from home, and he's like, no, it's nothing like. And then the next question he answered, well, it's very similar to home.
Yes.
So I really feel like he's outsmarting us this week, Dave.
He was a little bit there, but hey, we learned to understand that, especially on day one. The questions will get tougher and tougher as the tournament progresses.
He looks to be fishing fairly quickly.
Yep.
Is that he's searching right now?
So a lot of that's a great question. And here's what I think about what he's doing. These are reaction. He won't get reaction bites. He drops it in hole. When it falls is probably when he gets 75 or 80% of his bites. Hop the bait 1 or 2 times, and then you're out of there to another target. These fish are not spawning. Like I was talking a few minutes ago, I think these fish that he's targeting are pre-spawn, a few of them, and a lot of them post-spawn. When you see a Jason Christie using a wacky rig, you see several of the anglers fishing shallow, looks very similar, but they're throwing in those holes, those bright spots, those clean places. Most of those fish are actually spawning.
Yeah, he was like I told you, quite elusive at the weigh-in. Sporty secrecy from definitely Brandon Polnick, from all of them. I mean, there was a lot of you could tell these guys were not really wanting to commit to telling anything, which, I mean, let's be honest, is always the truth. I mean, you want to get a tournament angler to lie, just put a microphone in front of them. What does sporty mean? What did Brandon Polnick mean by that?
Sporty?
It got sporty out there.
Sporty is good. Sporty is big. Sporty is depending on the context. Sporty could be little.
Yeah.
Sporty could be a lot of things.
He wouldn't tell me. I'm going to ask him again today.
I just caught the tail end of Kufal. What was he saying? Jimmy Jack? Did you hear that conversation? Some phrase that he was using that wasn't sporty, but it was.
I just know he didn't tell us much.
Oh,
Polnick
Pat
was another
Slopper.
one.
Pat Slopper, Jim Jack, or Jimmy Jack. He said it had lots of meetings. Jim Jacking. Have you ever heard that?
I have not. I'm still mad at him because his name's spelled Slapper, and we have to pronounce it Slopper.
I asked him, and he said it's absolutely Slopper.
I know. But I was so excited when I saw it on the piece of paper. I mean, I announce these guys a lot. When you see a Slapper, you're like, that's a great.
Yeah. He's been mispronouncing his name for all these years, I guess. Brandon Polnick with no help there. Like another fish on a DT20. It's surprising to me. Is it surprising to you, Dave? Here we are, third week in May. He's the only person in our top 6 fishing offshore. It's surprising to me.
It really is. So let me ask you this. Let's play crystal ball here. So imagine all these guys who are inside of it going into the weekend, which we assume they are. Whose pattern should get better and whose pattern should get weaker?
If Paul Nick's still fishing on Sunday, let's say these same top 6 are our top 6 for Sunday, which will not be the case, but let's just say that. I would be more concerned if I was in that top 6 of him than anyone else, because I just don't know. I don't think these fish are going to replenish, especially the guys that are throwing in those holes of the grass. Those fish, a lot of those fish are spawning, and I think that's the last of the last spawners, basically. At least the last 10%, maybe even 5%, where I think even though for a short time period maybe now on Guntersville because it gets so much offshore pressure, but the fish are due to go where Paul Nick is fishing, and he knows that. That's the way he's hooked up here. Looks like a good one.
Stay down. Oh, yeah, he'll call. Let's grab this one. Maybe not. He's not that big. He should coal. Not a giant, but he should coal. Come on. I think it's not that hard to put on. Hey. Go ahead. Cover their eyeballs and they calm down. What's our smallest one? Number 3. Number 3. Definitely bigger.
Definitely more than 2 pounds, 4 ounces.
Buddy, appreciate you.
12-ounce game.
You know what's wrong. We ain't got one of them in a while. I mean, we fist bumping on 2 3/4 pounders, but that's just so we can rally up the 4s.
Brandon Palnick continues to charge, and man, that footage there looking a lot like the stereotypical Guntersville we're used to seeing, but he's trying to do something very untypical and trying to go back-to-back with a win in the Opens and the Elite Series here this week.
You're watching live coverage of the Berkley Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville, sponsored by TH Marine.
Sporty, you said real, like sporty can be good, sporty can be bad, but what happened? You can't say, but I'm not going to tell you. It's all right. Let me clean up my counter while you talk.
Yeah, I'm going to leave it up to sporty.
It got sporty.
It got sporty. A couple times today, it got sporty. Well, I'll tell you this. I caught the biggest one I got today. I caught it on glide bait. I caught it on the Stormarashi glide. I don't care if people know that. It was one of the coolest bites. And then about 3 casts later, I had a 7-pounder eat it, and I missed that one. Didn't get that one in the boat. So, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. But I'm just going out there. I told Kyle, who was filming this morning, I said, I'm just going to go out there and have fun. Let the cards fall where they may. I already qualified for the 2022 Classic, so we're good to go.
I mean, Kyle always looks sporty, if you ask me.
It's because he's a sporty individual.
He really is. He really is. It's sporty day. Way to go. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
Well, I mean, I know Sporty Spice. I once knew a Sporty Gordy, but I still have no idea what he means by sporty.
So there were three things there. Was Sporty when he caught the 3-pounder? Was Sporty when he lost the 7-pounder? Or is Sporty when you've already qualified for the 2022 Bassmaster Classic? I would say that would be Sporty.
My translation? I think sporty meant something, and then he totally tried to distract from what sporty really meant by talking about losing fish and catching them on a glider and stuff. That's what I think, but maybe I'm just a...
You know him well.
I like wrestling, so maybe I'm looking for something.
Sporty yesterday was rolling up to this spot. Well, I had 2 sporty moments yesterday. I got on a glide bait bite that I had a 20-minute window. I caught a 6 1/4. I caught a 3. I had a 7 come up and grabbed it, and I just didn't get it all the way. And then I lost another good one that bit it. And then the rest of my day was really dead for a long time. And then I rolled up here with 4 fish, and 3 of them were little and 1 was a 6 1/4. And I rolled up here and I caught them every single cast for 20 minutes, and they were 3.5 to 4.5 pounders yesterday. And that was the difference maker. Today we rolled up, caught them really well, but they were 2 to 2 3/4 pounders. We haven't caught one over 3. And that's the difference maker really in our day. Because I thought if those 3.5s and 4.5s kept biting, we could still catch 18 or so off this spot, but it's just the big ones just haven't showed up.
Davey, I'm still confused what sporty means. He still has refused to answer it, but a sporty answer, let's just say.
Yeah, that's a sporty answer. 21 hours later, he's still being elusive.
Sporty, some may say. One thing for sure, the fish have been sporty for Paul Nick today. Hot off a win just last week, his first win in the Opens. And man, what a day he has had. It started early, and there was moments where we thought, man, it's going to be tough, but seems like a whole different world today.
Yeah, different world, and the biggest difference for Brandon Polinick is not the numbers of fish, because he's caught quite a few fish today. He started off early and often, but you see these fish are just not the size that he caught yesterday. Catching most of his fish on a Rapala DT16 and a DT20. We just heard him say a lot of 3 to 4 pounders today. It's been a lot of 1.5 to 2.5 pounders for Brandon Polinick. So we'll see. He said his best time of the day is late afternoon.
To see him gaining momentum like it definitely looks like he is here in this tournament, that's got to lead itself to your feeling that, going into the weekend, his bite's going to be the one to watch, Davey.
Yeah, no doubt about it. If he's still in contention, which I think he will be now, because he's really upgraded the last little bit, he'll be one to watch out for on Sunday. The fish should be coming to him.
You see him right in the middle of our top 10 right now in 5th place, but oh, look who's right ahead of him. Hot off a win at our last Elite. The little ball ahead, Wes Logan. Luke Palmer chasing down his first Elite Series win. Can anybody catch Caleb Kufal? Who knows? We'll find out if you pay attention to the action all day long.
You're watching live coverage of the Berkley Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville, sponsored by TH Marine.
Well, if you're in the early flight of these Bassmaster Elite anglers, 98 of them today on this Berkley Bassmaster Elite, day number 2 on Lake Guntersville, you got an hour at most of fishing time, because that weigh-in is coming up at 3 p.m. Eastern time right here on Bassmaster.com. That is where it gets starting. We'll have Dave Mercer at the helm again, and all your favorites. And a big day, because 48 anglers only are going to be allowed through the turnstile into semifinal Saturday competition. So it's a very important weigh-in. We're in a moving day. Let's get out on the water right now.
Oh yeah.
Watch some of the final hour or hour plus of fishing for many of our anglers today. We've seen a lot of movement up and down the leaderboard, but Caleb Kufal has been the one constant right now with a 6-pound, 1-ounce estimated lead over Chris Johnston. Chris Johnston making some big moves today. We've seen Brandon Palnick start to fire up, and lots of developments that make you wonder what's going to happen over the second half of this tournament.
Yeah, I really think tomorrow's going to be very interesting to watch Caleb Kufal, because he has not got a lot of bites in his secondary area where he did some big late-day culling for that giant day one stringer. Brandon Palnick appears that he's caught a bass every other cast for the last 90 minutes. But, man, will Caleb Kufal have that starting area to himself tomorrow? I say no, because he really hasn't the first 2 days of this tournament. Guys like Corey Johnston, Matt Herron, Shane Lee Hugh in that same little pocket with all that milfoil. Caleb Kufal, he's going to have a nice cushion, and we talked about it earlier. He's probably going to need that.
You're saying it's not a place they're coming to, actually. It's being depleted as we speak.
Man, well, let's look at it like this. I mean, you know, in 2019, Matt Herron had that area to himself and couldn't get it done. Had a great tournament, great finish, but you got 3 of the best grass flippers in this field, all within not within a couple hundred yards. They're within a couple yards of each other. You kidnap a bunch of buddies out of a 100-yard stretch, it's got a pretty good shot to peter out in a few days.
Todd Auten started in our top 10. Way up there. Bit of a fall off in production for today. Looking good, though, to make the cut. Give himself at least a day more fishing.
And there's not a lot of that milfoil. We've seen, you know, Seth Feider scratch and claw and staying in the mix. The one thing, though, to, you know, I heard Davey say, you know, keep your eye on Palnick, obviously fishing offshore. This weather is conducive to bringing a lot more fish to that zone. But I'm going to tell you, the little ball of sweet Wes Logan looked like he was on a pretty prime stretch of milfoil, at least when we did our B&W trailer hitches on the line call with him. I think Wes Logan's going to become a handful before all's said and done.
Certainly gave off some positive vibes when we talked to him there. I think he's looking favorably upon his chances right now. Don't forget, he started the final day with the lead the last time the Elite Series was here.
Right.
Last year.
He is majestic. He's elusive. And I got tuned up by a few viewers that said, no, that's a heron, but it's not.
Seth
moves.
Are you sure?
Well, I'm sure.
Positive ID is always hard to get.
Bear Grebe.
Have you ever seen a bird? That's what I asked the viewers. I mean, if you have, you would know that was a grebe.
Seth Feider with a 310. He's over 15 pounds. He's in 10th place.
Oh.
Wow.
It's kind of big.
There's that question that everyone's asked, when is he going to not catch them? And I say maybe 2022 at some point he might not catch them.
24
yeah,
or
23,
33.
Good for Seth. He kind of does it his way, and obviously a fan favorite.
It's amazing. We all have talked about that 2-tournament stretch from the Mississippi River at the end of 2016, and then the Mille Lacs event. He got second and first back-to-back. Prior to that, he was 58th and 47th in AOY. After that, that momentum, that, I don't know, support, confidence in himself, new sponsors, that always helps. 14th, 18th, 5th, and 12th in AOY.
Man. Wow. That's a sweet stat. Yeah, and before that Mississippi River tournament that you're talking about, Ron, you know, Tommy and I would talk about it. You know, what's he doing here? And you ask yourself, is this guy gonna make it?
That's what 26.
Really,
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, in 2016 was my last year on the water covering the elites as a photographer and blogger and whatnot, and I saw the frustration in his performances because he wasn't making it back to half the weigh-ins on time with mechanical failures and issues. It was like he could not get going, and by the time he was about to get going, his Elite Series time was about to be done, and so he needed that, and financially or whatever, and so it's a pretty cool moment to see 2 pivotal tournaments, 7 days of competition turn into a persona, and a well-rounded angler now in the South especially.
And I'll tell you, he in a weird, different, same type of way, he has a very Aaron Martin's wanting to learn, tweaking on things. I mean, Seth and I, we talk a lot of fishing together, and he's very finite when it comes down to his rigging and experimenting, you know, working on things that he might not have been good at. And it was really telling a couple months ago when, you know, he started to put himself in this position with the Angler of the Year. He said, look, man, I don't win stuff like that. And I said, what do you mean? He said, I don't win things like that. That doesn't happen to people like me. And I said, well, why not you this year then? And what's funny is he's started to change his tone a little bit, Ron. He's feeling it.
Well, right now, as we did yesterday about this time, we're going to check in with our special correspondent, a totally special guy, Bass Radio, Mr. Bass Radio, Tom Abraham, who's also a Tennessee River guy, a Lake Guntersville guy. And Tom, I know you spent a lot of time yesterday with Hank Cherry and a few others. Where have you been today? Have you been on the water most of the day?
Most of the day, because I did my ESPN radio show in Alabama earlier today. Oh, there's guy fishing behind us right now. It's hooked up. But that's crappie fishing, so I guess that's nothing. No, yeah, I've been out, though, since then. Had Davey Height on with me a little bit earlier as well. And but I've been in some of the back areas. I'm back by the marina area now. And, again, clear water. It's been really exciting to see what we've been seeing. I mean, Jason Christie, I mean, guys, when I tell you 8-pound test leader and a wacky rig on Guntersville, I mean, this is not something that you see a lot of around here. Now, I did talk to one of my buddies earlier, and he says, oh, yeah, I've done that, you know, in the clear water when you have to. But it's been a really different tournament, and we're seeing things happen shallow. And I'll tell you, sometimes being a local, this is one of the lakes I think that being a local hurts you the most. And we've seen it time and time again. Yeah, we got a kid from Wisconsin that hit 27 pounds in 3 feet of water yesterday. You've got, Jamie Hartman winning here a couple of years ago. Hank Cherry from the Carolinas. The local knowledge of this lake is so strong, and the memories are so good about where you can go at various spots on ledges and find those shell beds and things like that, guys. I got to be honest with you. it takes guys coming in from the outside sometimes to show a lot of folks all the different ways you can catch fish out here.
Bassmaster Radio host Tom Abraham looking at Caleb Kufal here. And we don't want to give away the location that he did his early damage, Tom, day 1 and 2. It is not a big area, and it is getting a lot of pressure. Do you see that holds up for one, at best, one more day, maybe 2?
Well, I mean, he said he burned it down yesterday, right? And then he was able to go in there and rack them up again a little bit earlier today. Z, I don't know that spot holds up, but I know there's other spots like that around here. I'm kind of sitting in one right now, to be honest with you. But, there are other spots that are like that. So I think that he'll be able to find some other stuff like that. It depends on what he did in practice, too. And did he identify more spots, or was that just one little honey hole that he landed on and there's nothing else like that? But there are a lot of areas on this lake that are like that, certainly.
Tom, Brandon Polinick a little while ago gave us a demonstration of how quickly he can completely do a turnaround on a day. He's the guy who's ahead of the curve. Is he the vanguard for what might happen on days 3 and 4 of this tournament?
Is he not the guy that nobody wants to see in the top 10?
Exactly.
When Sunday comes? I mean, that guy is scary. And he's got 45 minutes or so to land, maybe a little bit longer. I'm not sure what his time frame is, but this is early for him. Are you kidding me? I mean, by the way, he's on. Shameless plug. He's on Bassmaster Radio this weekend and online at bassmaster.com, where people can hear it, of course, coming off of his win at the James River. But, I mean, he is just the ultimate closer. I don't want to see that guy on Sunday if you're in the top 10 and you're competing against him. And quite frankly, guys, I don't want to see him in the top 5 or 3 in the Angler of the Year standings. And, here they're going to go make that northern swing. We know what he does, what kind of damage he can do up there. He is terrifying right now. He's Tiger Woods when he's on the leaderboard at the end of the Angler of the Year or at the end of one of these tournaments. It's just absolutely crazy the way he is, and he relishes that role as a late closer.
So, Tom, let's kind of look at the techniques that have played so far. A guy like Caleb Kufal, who's lived shallow. You've got a Brandon Polinick, who's pretty much lived offshore, and then somebody like Chris Johnston, who's done a little bit of a mix, kind of secondary offshore, you could call it, and then going up shallow, doing a lot of damage midday today. Of those 3, who do you think it favors with the weather, the very mild, warm weather, lighter winds going into the weekend? Especially, Tom, you're an offshore guy there. You fish with Derek Remitz. You love fishing offshore. Who has the nod?
I would go with Polinick because I think that's where you can find a wad of them.
You're just saying that because you like fishing offshore.
Well, Z, you say that, but you learn to like fishing offshore here because it can be so good, and he throws that big swim bait, and so those things are really good. But give him a druthers. I'd love to get in there. I got excited seeing what some of these other guys are doing and what Kufal is doing, because that means I can get in there and power fish a little bit and do the things that I like. But I think that those fish will start to scatter. If Polinick can land on a wad of them, he's the guy with that big swim bait.
Tom, thank you so, man. Our Guntersville local extraordinaire and great radio host of Bassmaster Radio, Tom Abraham.
Yes.
So many thanks to you for being with us today. Can we talk to you some more throughout the rest of the weekend, or are you off to parts unknown?
That's all up to the boss, man. That's all up to Big Mike. I'm here.
All right, we'll see how it goes. The great Tom Abraham out there.
Hey, also want to touch on his confidence in his offshore. I would be confident in offshore fishing at Guntersville, too, if Derek Remitz took me to his spots. I would be very confident and an expert.
Quite well made.
All right, we got plenty more to come. Well, not plenty more, but a few crucial minutes yet to come on Bassmaster Live, so don't go away as we get closer to Wade.
The Berkley Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Berkley.
Bassmaster Live, day 2 here at the Berkley Bassmaster Elite at Lake Guntersville as we get closer, draw closer and closer to weigh-in time. Caleb Kufal caught 27-plus pounds on day number 1 to have a 6-pound-plus lead. To start this day, he still enjoys a 6-pound-plus lead, but boy, he's only caught 14 pounds, 8 ounces, Mark Zona. We got guys like, Wes Logan, who's caught 20 pounds, others who have shown some spark there, sort of an intent to maybe dethrone Caleb Kufal, but we got the music, got to deal with that.
You know, really, in the first hour of the day, Tommy, it was looking like a blowout, and you and I mean, we're criers. We'll cry in a big way.
We'll cry.
And we were watching Brandon Polinick's day, and clearly I remember picking on the boy, and he went on a flurry like no other. Brandon Polinick unleashing the lion offshore. And I will tell you something. I think we have got us a shallow water against deep water event going into tomorrow, because just by judging who is unofficially in our top 10 right now, I'm going to say it's about a 50-50 split that we're going to see on camera. Guys looking at him, fishing up shallow, fishing grass. Guys mixing it up like Chris Johnston. And I think you're going to see, and I think Davey Height did call it, I think you're going to see some of these guys that are offshore scratching and clawing their way up. Even Tom Abraham called that. And I think the first 90 minutes tomorrow will be very telling for Caleb Kufal. That was, by the way, your Power Ball replay of the day.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, that's right. We got to be watching him very closely tomorrow, because certainly got a production rate that's off from yesterday for Caleb Kufal.
I thought you were going to say, Z, that Tom Abraham was scratching and clawing to get in the top 10. That's what I thought you were about to say.
No, I wasn't going there, but I love you busting him out right before a commercial break.
Speaking of tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. right here, Bassmaster.com. We're going to crank it up, Bassmaster Live. Get it going at 8 a.m. We take it over to Fox Sports, FS1, and the Fox Sports app for the rest of our broadcast. Also have supplemental programming, coverage, live coverage on Bassmaster.com. The weigh-in starts today, 3 p.m. Eastern Time. There's a little ways away as we get back to Todd Auten. All the rest of them that we've been following all day long. Everyone had a tall hill to climb today after a giant weight put down by Caleb Kufal on day number 1, but we got some gamers. We got some gamers in pursuit, that is for sure.
Great day of fishing on Guntersville. What's amazing is getting out with your leaders, and we heard this coming into this tournament. A lot of different things would play. Well, that is exactly what we saw here on day number 2 of Bassmaster Live.
Again, we're going to make a big cut today, down to 48 anglers to fish the semifinal round tomorrow. And again, we will see you at 7:30 a.m. on Bassmaster.com. And moving on to FS1 tomorrow, Saturday morning at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. See you then.
Right there.